Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. My name is Mutindi Nambuki. I'm in marketing.
God is good. My name is Fancy Chepkemoi Koskei, Finance Manager.
God is good all the time. My name is Musa Mazosa. My name is Musa Mazanza, Debt Recovery Department. My voice is deep.
Tumsifu Yesu Kristo. My name is Judith Achieng, Credit Department.
Hello. My name is Duncan Cheney, Kisumu branch.
God is good all the time. My name is Catherine Moredi. I'm in Human Resource. Pilgrims of Hope.
My name is Joanne Maina, Nakuru Branch Manager.
God is good all the time. Our name is Eric Wambua Mumo, Kisii Branch. Asanteni.
So, asanteni sana. Kama uko na any challenge that is affecting any department, the team should be able to sort you. And my names are Peter Obui, the one that is assisting the team to ensure that we get the desired results. So let us journey together, let us discuss, let us be able to collaborate so that we can see this circle growing. Asanteni sana.
Tumpigie CEO na timu yake makofi tafadhali. Another round of applause to that team, tuwapigie makofi. Yes, it is good to recognize them. These are the people who work on the ground. We only come in to give them support, and so we really thank God for them and the good work they are doing. Now, before we proceed, there is one group of our delegates whom I didn't welcome, and I want to welcome them before we proceed on. We have delegates who are coming for our ADM for the first time. Kindly be upstanding. If you are coming for this ADM for the first time, tusalimiane hewani, all the new delegates, tusalimiane. That's a good number. Tuwapigie makofi tafadhali as we welcome you to this particular forum. This is our family. And now, before I proceed on with the introduction part, I wish to just remind each and every one of us, tafadhali, that door is open. Once you walk out of that door, turn to the left. We have our washrooms there. So don't be pressed. Feel free. The washrooms are there in very, very good. Everything you do today, we have the TikTok running and all other social media channels. And so as we run this show, definitely a bit of to request you delegates humbly and all of us present that we give consent to those who are covering us live so that they may proceed. Because of the Data Protection Act, we are not allowed to just come and film you without your consent. Do we then give consent to all those who are covering us to proceed? Do we give consent? Mikono juu. Thank you very much. So those who are doing live streaming, please feel free. There's a very high possibility we'll be having the media walk in. And so with that, because of live streaming, our color is green. And that's why you have been given a green t-shirt. I want to appeal to each and every one of us to ensure that they have their green t-shirt on for uniformity. Each and every one of us, please have your green t-shirt on. And that will definitely show our unity of purpose. Our board, the team you have assembled as delegates that we work together with the support of the Secretariat to realize your dreams as men. I'll request each board member to simply say his or her name and one or two committees where they work so that we make this as brief.
My chair, tumsifu Yesu Kristu, milele na milele. I'm Bibiana Shisanya. I serve in education and audit.
Nahitaji kusema jina langu, nimeona kuna watu wengi wageni kwa leo. Kuna mtu anijui kweli? Haya basi, uliza mwenzako, lakini nasikia kuna wengine wananiita kama Zack calculator. Asante. Karibuni sana. I serve in 2 committees, in credit committee and marketing and education. I'm a board member.
Dear delegates and fellow leaders, God is good and all the time. My name is Martin Kioko. I serve in the audit committee as well as education and marketing committee, and I'm a board member. Thank you and welcome.
Fellow cooperators, good morning. My name is Tom Muindi, currently serving as the vice chair and also serving as the chair marketing and education committee. Nawakaribisha sana na tunaomba the Holy Spirit atupe power in order to have engaging, productive and a fruitful ADM. Karibuni sana.
Mungu ni mwema na kila wakati. Hamjambo. Kwa majina ni Peter Kimani Nginya. Wengi uniita P Nginya. Na nashukuru sana kuwaona nyote, mmekuja mapema. Najua hapa kuna function mbili, but kwa assessment yangu nimefurahi sana kuona Waumini Sacco, we are good timekeepers. Tuli arrive mapema sana, si ndivyo? We keep the spirit, we keep pressing on, tuko pamoja. Na tuna engageful day. Mko karibu sana Nairobi kwa wale mmetoka mbali mbali, na wale wenyeji ukiwa karibu na wale wa kutoka mbali, msalimie mwambie karibu Nairobi. Umesalimiwa na Nginya.
God is good in all the time. My name is Rose Achiego. I serve as board treasurer and for the committee. I welcome you all and feel happy to be here and be blessed.
Dear leaders, good morning. Good morning, delegates. It's good to be here. True, false? Turn to your neighbor and say, it's good to be here. Of course, tell you more, this is the most important meeting for Waumini Sacco. Please tell your neighbor so. Thank you so much. As we are constituted, of course, that this is the supreme, most important meeting. My name is Dr. Kai. I serve as a member of Finance and Admin Committee and also a member of Credit Committee. I want to wish you a most fruitful ADM 2026. Praise God. Amen.
Waumini Sacco. Waumini tumekuwa tukiulizana a future to believe in kwa Kiswahili tutasemaje? Nilipatia wakalimani wangu hiyo assignment, lakini ile ambayo Waumini Sacco, nikisema Waumini Sacco hiyo ni kizungu, tunasema a future, na nikisema tunasemaje ndio tunasema ya Kiswahili. Waumini Sacco, Waumini sako tunasemaje? Tafadhalini. Waumini sako? Waumini sako tunasemaje? Kwa mara ya mwisho. Waumini sako? Waumini sako tunasemaje? I serve as chair of the credit committee. Na vile mjuavyo, credit committee is the heart of the circle. And also, I serve as secretary of each and every one of you to this 45th annual delegates meeting. Thank you.
Waithaka, and I'm so much excited to see your faces after a whole year, and seeing that God have taken care of each one of us, that we come supervisory committee.
Good. And all the time, and that's his nature. Enjoy it. Let's make this day a wonderful day.
Jambo, sauti ni kama hatujapata kiamsha kinywa. Msijali, kuna ugali baada ya hii. Unajua sisi kule tunatoka Western, ugali lazima, si ndio? So msijali, hiyo ilikuwa tu chai, kuna kaugali kana kucha. Kwa majina naitwa Patrick Wandera. Mimi ni katibu kamati ya usimamizi. Karibuni sana Nairobi. Msiwe na wasiwasi, wiki jana tulikuwa na
Patrick. Honorable delegates, as the board were introducing themselves, we remained quiet, which was okay. Remember when I was introducing you, they were all appreciating you, sinkweli. So I want us to appreciate the board and the supervisory committee with a round of applause. Tafadhali. Asanteni, thank you very much. In our midst today as well, we are honored to have other guests. And one of the guests, there are two guests we have already seated with us. Of course, they'll have their time to talk to us. And the most important thing is that we should know they are with us. So I take this moment to welcome our internal auditor, our external auditor, that is Bwana Mwangi Kamwara. Bwana Kamwara, karibu sana. Just wave to them.
Good morning.
And then we have, because we are an entity governed by the laws of the land, the government must be here. Tupende tusipe, kwa sababu government ndio iko na nini? Power. Government ndio iko na power. Manyimbu na power hapo. Bila government hakuna power. So tuna power hapa. So nachukua fursa hii kumkaribisha ndugu Peter Kivindio ambaye anawakilisha wizara husika. I'm sure his colleagues are joining him shortly, but at the moment, he's the one with us here. Bwana Peter, if you could just say jambo.
Good morning, honorable delegates. As our able chair said, my name is Peter Kivindio. I'm a cooperative officer working in Delegates sub-county, where your head office is located, and will be joined shortly by my seniors, that is Mr. George Mwangi, our in charge in Delegates, and our county director for cooperatives, Madam Dofina Remo. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Kivindio. Tumpigie makofi pamoja na Bwana Kamwara. Asante sana. So I wish to end at that point. Again, reminding in the interest of those who have come in, please feel welcome to this meeting. The washrooms are on the left as you exit through that rear door. And then have your t-shirt on because this event is being streamed live by our consent, all of us. And so please have your t-shirt on so that we all look uniform. Bwana sio ananikumbusha na hata anavyonikumbusha nilikuwa nasema tu ya kwamba those who have come in, please have your t-shirt on, and then the washrooms are on the left. Then when you look at this table here, at the far end, there is a member who has not introduced herself, and you must be wondering, who is this new board member? So let me clarify that. Our member seated at the far left of where I am, in glasses, is our sign language, in the interest of those of us who have that challenge. She will be taking care of them. And so don't start wondering, who is that in kind of a black t-shirt? Na hatumjui, huyo ni mwenzetu anayetusaidia na lugha ya ishara. So nafikiri nilikuwa sijamuintroduce, at least now we are sure. So to that point, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to take this mic back to our MC of the day, Madam Bibiana Shisanya, to now lead us into the next session. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate our Chair. Asanteni sana, karibuni. The next juncture, the Chair is supposed to invite the Secretary to read the notice of the day.
Thank you. It's good to be kijana mdogo because some of these things can be challenging. So, honorable delegates, our invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are gathered here this morning for our annual delegates meeting. This is a meeting that is recognized by law, and so we've done the preliminaries, where we've done the introduction, we know each other, but then we must have the official authority to proceed on with this meeting. And this official authority can only be given by none other than our honorary secretary, whom I'm now, with lots of humility, calling upon him to come and give us authority to proceed. Without his pronunciation, our meeting is null and void, and that would mean hatuna power. So, Bwana Katibu, karibu sana.
Asante Bwana Mwenyekiti. Good morning, delegates. I want first to confirm that you received the notice on 23rd February. Is that right? Thank you. So I'll read the notice. Notice for the year 2026 annual delegates meeting. Notice is hereby given that the 45th annual delegates meeting of the Waumini Cooperative Savings and Credit Society Limited will be held on Saturday 14th March 2026 at Consolata Shrine, Westlands from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The agendas: number 1, reading of the notice for the 45th annual delegates meeting. Number 2, confirmation of the minutes of the 44th annual delegates meeting. Number 3, chairman's report. Number 4, supervisory committee annual report. Number 5, approval of the 2025 accounts and auditors report. Number 6, appropriation of 2025 surplus and declaration of dividends to members who are in the register as of 31st December 2025. Number 7, consideration and approval of year 2026/2027 budget. Number 8, special resolutions. These are: A, to appoint an external auditor for the year 2026. B, to approve payment of interest and dividends for the year ended 31st December 2025. C, to approve honoraria for the year ending 31st December 2025. And number D, to retain the borrowing power at 5% of the SACCO's total asset of the last audited accounts. Agenda number 9, election to fill 3 board vacancies and 1 in the supervisory committee. Agenda number 10, to transact any other business for which 15 days notice has been given to the SACCO, of which I can confirm I have not received any this far, unless the CEO, no. So we have not received any other business that is within the 15 days notice. Please note the following. Only qualified delegates will be allowed to attend the ADM upon presentation of a badge number. Number 2, arrival time and registration will be at 7:30 a.m. By order of the board, signed by Peter Nginya, Honorary Secretary. This is copied to Sub-County Cooperative Officer. Number 2, the SACCO Societies Regulatory Authority, or SASRA. Mwangi and Kamwara Associate LLP, Certified Public Accountants. That is our external auditors. Thank you. I need a proposer and a seconder. Your name, please. Thank you, Crispinas. Seconder, can we get a different gender balance? Yes. Tafadhali tupate microphone.
Beatrice Pedo, member number 031 348, 348, representing unit number 0840.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorary Secretary. Honorable delegates, we are now officially seated here with all the authority to conduct the business of the day. And without much ado, I once again call upon the Honorary Secretary to take us through the confirmation of the previous ADM minutes. Bwana Secretary, karibu.
Asante. That's the reason I didn't introduce my position, because I knew even the new members will know me. Sindio? Na sasa mmenijua. Now, dear delegates, we sent the minutes of the 44th annual delegates meeting that is to be held today, that was held on 15th March 2025 here at Consolata Shrine, Westlands. And I want to believe that all of us, as agreed earlier, and I send a reminder that we read these minutes so that we save on time, so that we have time to deliberate on other, I don't mean this is not important, but other also important matters. Is that okay with you? Have we read? Have we understood? Let me see if there are corrections that we need to do. Do we have any? Thank you. That confirms that you have read the document and it's through, we are through with it. Therefore, I call the chair as it should be so that we can adopt them. Karibu, Chair.
Thank you, Bwana Katibu. Honorable delegates, we need to adopt the minutes of our last ADM meeting, and so at this juncture, I would need a proposer and a seconder. I can see a hand here. Nene will avail you this gadget so that every member can hear you.
I'm member number 051562, Agri Ambane.
Thank you. We get a seconder, the far end. There's a hand far end.
My name is member number 05. I said.
So we have officially adopted minutes of our last ADM, and so I then request the MC to proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Our delegates, those who have just arrived, we welcome you into this session. And we have begun very well. We have finished the first session. Now the business of the day fully. And we want to welcome the chairman to give us the chairman report. The chairman report is the report that gives the overview of what the SACCO is. So, Chair, karibu sana to come and read your report. Asante sana. Karibisheni Chair tafadhali.
Asante sana. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Bibiana. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you through an abridged version of the chairman's report. You have the full report with you in the booklet, and in the interest of time, I'll go in for the key areas, and so what I'll be presenting to you orally is an abridged version. So I start off my presentation. Honorable delegates, representatives from the Ministry of Cooperatives, our external auditor, board of directors. Gentlemen, hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. I warmly welcome you to our 5th annual delegates meeting of our Waumini Deposit Taking SACCO. I thank Almighty God for the many blessings He has bestowed upon. On behalf of the Board of Directors, the Supervisory Committee, and our management, I appreciate your continued patronage of the SACCO products and acknowledge the immense support from our diverse membership and stakeholders. During the year 2025, 60 of our SACCO members went to be with the Lord. Together, we convey our bereaved families and the affected units. Honorable delegates, at this moment, I want us to we'll be upstanding and take a minute in honor of these women who have journeyed with us for the number of years God gave us. Eternal rest grant unto them, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine on them. May their souls and the souls of all the faithful departed, through the mercy of God, rest in peace. Amen. Thank you. Honorable delegates, during the year as a board of our secretariat, and with your support and the entire membership, we were able to make some major milestones. I'll go through this very briefly. One is our asset base. The SACCO's asset base grew by 7.7%, increasing from Kenya shillings 7.4 billion in the year 2024 to Kenya shillings 7.97 billion in the year 2025, reflecting strong confidence from members and sustained financial stability. Our members' deposits grew by 6.02% from Kenya shillings 4.83 billion to Kenya shillings 5.13 billion. The board proposes revision of the minimum monthly deposit from Kenya to strengthen deposit and improve the deposits to assets ratio. 3, our share capital. Our share capital increased by 11.7%, rising from 613.7 million to Kenya shillings 685.5 million. The board continues enforcing the minimum share capital threshold of 15,000 Kenya shillings. Revenue. Our revenue grew by 8.1%, increasing from 38.5 million Kenya shillings to 906.5 million Kenya shillings. Our revenue emanates from our income. And then, what are the sources of our income? 70% of our revenue was from interest on loans and advances. 22% was from our FOSA segment. 7% from bank savings, fixed deposits, and treasury bond and bills. And 1% from other income sources. So, honorable delegates, looking at our sources of income, you realize that the big chunk surely comes from the interest we derive from the loans we take as members. Operational costs. Operational costs increased from Kenya shillings 292 million to Kenya shillings 314.3 million. But this remained below the approved budget. An impairment provision of 17.17 million shillings was recognized on investments due to the regulatory guidance. Membership growth. Membership increased by 8.35% from 66,570 members in 2024 to 72,135 in 2025, with active members rising to 56,742. Dormant members reduced from 16,449 to 15,393, representing 6.42% decline due to the efforts to reactivate some of the accounts. Loan uptake. The loan portfolio grew by 6.22% from Kenya shillings 6.36 billion to Kenya shillings 6.76 billion. However, honorable delegates, let it be well known to us that only 41% of our active members, and that translates to 20,712 members, have taken loans. A whopping 59% of our members have not patronized our loan products. We have a summary of key statistics for the year 2025, where you can see the comparison in membership. 2025, we were at 72,135, up from 66,570, an increase. I've already shared this in my previous remarks. So the table is a simple analysis of that particular information. Among the other major milestones we achieved is that we are able to introduce new mobile-enabled loans. And one of these comes in that the board of directors introduced a salary advance loan that is online. We are trying to move with the times. Technology changes force us to move with the changes, otherwise they'll change us. And so our members can now happily apply for salary advance online without filling any physical form. Number two, as a board, we introduced self-guaranteed loan of up to 200,000 Kenya shillings that you can access online. You don't need to fill in any physical paper. This is on top of our continued efforts to automate most of our services so that we reduce on the time, or rather our turnaround time, and the challenges that we face as members from the different parts of the country when we require these services. Indeed, this complements existing Mazao loans, and we therefore encourage members to patronize the respective products for the good of our SACCO and all of us. Stakeholder engagement. The SACCO strengthened partnership with Catholic dioceses and church leadership, leading to 54% increase in loan uptake from corporate members. Corporate members are basically our church institutions, which include the dioceses, the parishes, and the church groups, including our institutions, health institutions, educational institutions. They all fall under cooperative. Consolata Declaration. Delegates adopted the Consolata Declaration during our 2024 ADM, and this was meant to enhance member recruitment, also enhance our deposit mobilization, and enhance our efforts in our loan uptake. That is the Consolata Declaration that we adopted during our 2024 ADM. And so in the year 2025, delegates recruited 593 new members. Let's appreciate these delegates with a round of applause, please. We encourage delegates, we encourage you who are listening to me physically and online to increase our role of introducing new members to the SACCO. I know most of you are going to tell me, but Chairman, there are so many challenges. Yes, those challenges make us grow stronger because from them we are able to learn. And so despite the challenges, our house must continue growing. And we are the ones to ensure that this house grows without challenges. Mkiwa familia na hamuna chakula, mnasambaratika, mnakimbia. You keep on working hard, praying that God enables you to get chakula. As a family you grow. In fact, hizo familia ambazo watu hawana chakula ya kutosha ndio zina grow very fast, and in future they become shining stars. So with those challenges we have, and I'm happy that we have those challenges, they make us learn more and grow stronger and move this circle to greater heights. Members' benevolent cover. Members contribute 100 Kenya shillings monthly for a benevolent cover, and this benevolent cover includes last expense benefit of 160,000 Kenya shillings, 2% member deposits refund, meaning if you passed on, then through our insurance, we are able to refund to your next of kin 200% of your deposits. And 3, this cover is meant to help us settle a loan upon any member's demise. Honorable delegates, sisi wote ni wapita njia na hatujui tutakapoitwa. anapotuita Mwenyezi Mungu na tumechukua loan, that should not bring our circle down. And so with our insurer, once you pay this 100 shillings, in the event that you go or I go, then the insurance is able to do all these three. Your family will be given 160,000 shillings as last expense benefit. They will get this money. Your deposit will be refunded 200%. So if you had saved $1 million and by bad luck, we say bad luck, but him up here says good luck because you are going to him, you are assured that you will be given 200% of your deposits. And then if you had a loan, you are servicing this loan, the insurance takes over that loan no matter the amount. Let me bring this to our attention, all of us, because I'm sure physically we are here, but there are so many members online. Dormant members do not qualify for these benefits. The insurance is very, very categorical and very keen that if you are a dormant member, then in the event that you leave this world, it's unlikely that the insurance will honor that particular promise. So the need for us to remain active all the time. One of the other milestones we are able to achieve is to be recognized in the industry. In front of you, you can see a number of trophies. And this came up during the 100th Ushirika Day celebrations that were held in July, year 2025. Waumini Sacco was recognized among the best performing SACCOs nationally, achieving position 1, most efficient deposit taking community SACCO. Hatuwezi kujipigia makofi na tuko position 1. Yeah? We also attained position 1. We are recognized for position 1 as the best SACCO in risk management. Hatuwezi kujipigia makofi. We were position 2 among the best performing deposit taking community SACCOs. Tujipigie makofi tafadhali. And then we were position 3 as the best SACCO in credit management. Let's appreciate ourselves. Honorable delegates, we now focus on compliance. In my opening remarks a few minutes ago, I had said we work within the confines of the laws of the land. And so the laws of the land dictate to us that we have to be compliant and we have no choice, right? So in focusing on the regulatory, during the year, that's the year 2025, as a SACCO, we complied with the prudential standards set by the regulator as provided in the table that you would have seen in your booklet. Look at it. We have what we call core capital vis-a-vis total assets ratio. The statutory requirements requires that we are above 10%. We are doing 16.75%. We should appreciate ourselves. The capital vis-a-vis the total deposits we have should be greater than 8%. We are doing 6.05%. Institutional capital vis-a-vis our total assets, we are supposed to be above 8%. We are doing 8.15%. Wengine hamtaki ku appreciate tumefanya kazi, tafadhali let's appreciate ourselves. Then vis-a-vis saving, deposits and liabilities, we are supposed to be about 15%. Here we are a bit down. We are doing 14.30. So we are a bit down, but still we appreciate ourselves. Yeah? And finally, the portfolio at risk. This is a chance for us to now share out our wonderful ideas that can help us in mitigating against some of these factors that make us look a little bit not very compliant. We would wish to deliberate attention and enhance the recovery efforts. Compliance. Members are and pay You are encouraged. Statutory, the SACCO fully complies. Among our other major achievements is that we were able to introduce a long-term mortgage loan product. And with this, as a member, you have the access of up to 15 million Kenya shillings. You can borrow a loan of up to 15 million Kenya shillings. Able to come up with a medical cover named Cooperative at subsidized rates for our members and our nuclear families. Those of us who are still working for the church like me, we are pretty sure that in most of our institutions, around with other insurance providers, this is for sure a sure bet for us. So we introduced CopCare coverage to our hospitals across the country. I'm happy that a few of us have already registered, and I'm sure we are not now leaving to patronize this product. Water tank initiative. As members, we can now purchase water tanks at 26.7% discount. When you have water, you don't have a problem. But when it becomes like water, it's a problem. But by and large, in the human life, water is key. And so we thrive, and that will help us have adequate water storage capacity for the good of us as a family. And so again, I appeal to all of us to take advantage. The beauty about this, no. With the capacity of 5,000 liters, they delivered it to my doorstep. That was before this offer came. So I look at what I paid when I was speaking my 5,000 liter capacity and what you are supposed to pay today, and I'm like, how I wish I would have held on a bit, saved something. And so those are some of the major achievements that we recognized during the year. We thank God for that. It was not because of our energy, not because of our expertise, but the wisdom that we got from Almighty God, whom you pray to guide us. And that is the far we're able to go. And I'm sure we can still go further with your prayers and your support. Debt collection. When our debt recovery, I could feel you reacting, right? And so debt collection is an issue that's really with us and really thorny. You realize from my initial speech, we talked about the portfolio at risk. Our portfolio at risk dropped slightly from 9.35% in the year 2024 to 9.18%. Which are these measures that we put into implementation? We engaged third-party debt collectors, and we have always engaged them, and we still engage them. We have not surrendered. In life, there is no surrender. We only surrender when that guy up there calls us. That's when we say it's over. But so long as we are still alive and kicking, we don't surrender, whatever the challenge, honorable delegates. We sought the assistance of the Credit Reference Bureau, listing some of our members who, after being happy to receive the money, decide now they are not going to pay back the money. We have started a very deliberate move to do what we call borrower tracing through the employers. I must be very candid here, are very, very difficult. And at times you give us some of your information, please chase so and so, he's working in this company. We take up the excuse me, that was more of your deal there. We are not involved in it. And so those are some of the challenges we face, but we cannot start shouting that. But when we have this forum, then we have to share this, what we are going through, honorable delegates. We have also requested our members, who are the guarantors, to help us follow up and engage this, because, honorable delegates, if I'm a member in Todonyang, you to guarantee me, honestly, the SACCO has my data. The SACCO has your data. As a SACCO, we don't even know the face. But then, we request you to now help. This is what the law tells us to do. So when you ask us, for example, I read some of the comments, then I get amused. Why don't you go and carry his music system? He has a very big music system. Now, members, if we do that, then you'll be told your chair is at committee. Because the law does not allow us. We can only do what is within the law that confines. If we implement them, again, you'll be like, which kind of a board is this? How can you do things that are out of the law? You are the custodians of the law, so you should know this is right and this is wrong. But then, we get amused when you read some of your recommendations. Of course, we know it is bitter. It's not something that somebody will enjoy. To have your deposits just quashed that with a stroke of a pen. It's bitter even to us. But then, what do we do? This is not a SACCO money. It is your money as members. So what do we do? Do we tell you as a member, we are sorry, your money is not here because so-and-so defaulted? You'll be asking us, hey, you guys, are you serious? So those are some of the challenges we come across. Honorable delegates, allow me now to move faster and focus on our human resource. I wish to report that in the year 2025, we were able to promote 5 of our staff members. We were able also to hire new staff members. And we had 4 staff members exiting. And so our staff turnover was reduced to 7.8%. Organizational culture. A human resource review and culture audit were conducted to improve organizational effectiveness. We did that, and we're in the process of implementing the recommendations from our resource persons. Our staff have already gone through the training on how we can have our culture improved on, if not totally changed, for the betterment of our performance. ICT and digital transformation. Major ICT initiatives included mobile app upgrade and iOS version launch, which I'm sure most of us are enjoying. We have also one-to-many mobile transaction features. We have integration with the Cooperative Bank for direct deposits so that we reduce on unidentified deposits, which has been a thorn unto us. We have the mobile applications I've just mentioned. And for your information, we have established a disaster recovery center, such that in the event that we have a problem at Applewood, our services should proceed on seamlessly because our data is now well stored at our disaster recovery center. We are looking forward to improving on this so that whatever happens, we are always safe that our data is intact. Communication upgrades, including call center and PA system. I read your comments, and we are not just reading the comments and keeping quiet. That's why we have worked through, and now we have a call center that we are yet to launch. You'd be wondering, why is this call center not launched? Because even up to now, if you read the wall, there are members who will say, I've called this number and called this number, and there's no one picking. We are taking note of all those challenges. By the time we announce the launch of this center, which is coming in the next 2 or 3 months at most, we have an effective call center that your phone can be received anytime. That's an assurance, honorable delegates, you can get from me as the chair. Our future plans include online loan applications and online member registration. We are working on that. ISO certification. Waumini SACCO is pursuing ISO 9001 2015 certification, expected to be launched before 30th of June this year. That will be a major milestone in recognition of our SACCO beyond the levels we can imagine. Corporate governance, the board underwent training and provided strategic leadership and guidance during the year, focusing on mission-driven governance. We go for various trainings And these are all meant to enhance our performance as a board as well as our staff. And so the second part, as we look on corporate governance, is that the delegates, you are the cornerstone of the SACCO's governance framework. And the board has continued to organize the various educational forums. We have organized these forums, and for us to be cost effective, we have brought them through our webinars. We have a budget for 4 webinars every year. And so when we announce to you that these webinars are there, please follow them up. A few of us who have followed them, I'm sure have benefited and appreciate whatever is shared by different experts. The board has maintained reimbursement of delegates' airtime as a result of the ADM. We have continued ensuring that you have some airtime to help you communicate. I'm happy when I see some members saying, "May have not got," and then another member says, "No, just hold on, be patient, it is coming." Yeah? So it's an undertaking, and we honor it and appreciate your patience. 4 training sessions were held in Nairobi, Nyeri, as well as 4 webinars, as I've said. These are all meant to empower you with the information you need for your great contribution to this organization. Honorable delegates, despite all that achievement, we were faced with the challenges. And these challenges include delayed remittances by some of our employers. Some of the institutions we work in have employers who decide, either by design or otherwise, not to submit whatever they have deducted from our members' salaries as their contribution to the SACCO, for their deposits, or maybe for the loan repayment. That is a major challenge. And so I want to urge you, if you are working in any Catholic institution, try to create some good rapport with your administrator so that we reduce this particular issue. It has a big impact on our income. We can be talking of 70,000 members, but what comes in, honorable delegates, is not something you do imagine that comes in. But remember, at the end of the year, like now we meet, we want to hear good results, we want to hear good returns. If those deductions are not coming, how do we go about it? From our end, we have organized for meetings with those administrators so that we can sensitize them and encourage them to support us by ensuring that all remittances are forwarded to the SACCO on time. Low uptake of SACCO products, I think I said that from the onset, that out of around 56,000 active members, just a small number has loans, which are actually the source of our income. And so when we talk about good returns, and only 40% of our membership have loans, how do we get these good returns? We'd be more than happy to get your input as well. So what I'm saying is, as delegates, we encourage you. We know the challenges there about defaulters. We know all that. But then, do we sit back and say, mambo ya defaulter imekuwa ngumu sana, hatuwezi kuchukua loan? We'll be killing our organization. And that's why we go out of our way to come up with initiatives that can address this. You'll be surprised that some of these initiatives are within your reach, but probably out of your not knowing, you don't take advantage of them. I'll share them later. Increased loan delinquency, that increases our PAR. Challenges with the Cusco investments, you know pretty well from our last year's ADM. We were told how much we lost at Cusco. We didn't hide anything. We are very open. We know where the mess came from. We know the challenge. And it is a burden we just have to live up with. We have no choice. Right? And so we have effects of the USA policy changes on foreign aid. This one, quite a number of us are aware, and I know you sympathize with us. When our mzee at the White House gave that ultimatum that the funding to the USAID programs be cut or stopped, that has had a terrible effect to us as a SACCO. Catholic Church NGOs were actually deriving their sponsorship from that particular organization, USAID. And so when they were laid off, and some of us here are working in those institutions, you can share with us. So that was a big challenge. Then the reduction in savings, which is affecting the SACCO's deposits to asset ratio. We had a lot of reduction in savings because most members were laid off. So they cannot save, right? They cannot even repay their loans. Those were the major challenges that we faced, honorable delegates, as we sit here and look at our performance in the year 2025. Allow me now to move on as I head towards the conclusion of look at land projects. The SACCO is selling 78 land units in Fahari land, which is 23, with the 23 units already sold. This is a piece of land that some of us have heard about it because it didn't start today. As you head to Kangundo Road, just before the shrine, before Komarok Shrine, there is a road branching to your left towards Kilimambogo. It is called New. If you follow that road for about 3 kilometers, you will come across this parcel of land. It's labeled and people have started settling there. So we have these pieces left and we are selling them to our members at 800,000 shillings for a 50 by 100. I urge you, delegates, I urge all our members, let's buy these pieces of land because in the near future, that road heading to Kilimambogo will be improved and that will become, if you have bought a plot there, you'll buy it at 800, within the next 2 or 3 years, you might sell it at some 1.5 or 2.5 million Kenya shillings. So please make an attempt. I've also struggled with my meager resources to make sure that I've picked one. So nangangana tu kulipa, right? And so loans for land purchase can be secured using the property itself. You don't need another property. Please apply for a loan and get a piece of land at Fahari. It's at a very, very prime place that you'd love to be there. And finally, honorable delegates, distinguished guests, the board of directors hereby request you to consider approving resolutions. 1, distribution of surplus. We are requesting you to approve payment of interest for the year ended 31st December 2025 at 8.25%. At 13%, being 440,272,410 and 82,549,344 Kenya shillings. That is our first request, that we approve that resolution. Number 2, as per the compensation policy, Article 9, which provides that the board shall be paid 0.3% of the total turnover as honoraria, to award the board and the supervisory committee honoraria amounting to 2,719,403, down from the approved amount of Kenya shillings 3,207,078 shillings, having achieved 84.79% of the approved budget in the year 2025. Number 3, to appoint Mwangi and Kamwara Associates Certified Public Accountants, KLLP, as our external auditors for the year 2026. And number 4, to retain the borrowing powers at 5% of the SACCO's total assets of the last audited accounts. And finally, to revise the minimum members' deposits contribution from the current 500 shillings per month to 1,000 shillings per month. In conclusion, honorable delegates, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to sincerely thank each one of you, thank the board, thank the supervisory committee, our staff, and all our stakeholders for your dedication and effort in making this ADM a success. I also extend my gratitude to the delegates for taking the time to represent members from your respective units. To our invited guests, we are deeply grateful for your presence and for honoring this important event in the Waumini annual calendar. The achievements highlighted today are a direct reflection of our collective commitment and contribution. United in purpose, we look ahead to a stronger future. I pray for God's continued favor and guidance as we advance, honoring his name through Waumini Sacco. Truly a future to believe in. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Basi kwa ufupi tu, kwa sababu ya wenzetu ambao huenda lugha ile inawatatiza kidogo, katika hotuba hiyo fupi nimeelezea mafanikio yetu kama shirika la akiba na mikopo katika mwaka uliopita. Na ukiangalia tangaza, utaona kwamba tulifanya kazi kwa bidii na matokeo ni dhahiri. Kila mmoja anaweza kushuhudia kwa mujibu wa kijitabu licho nacho, ambapo tumeandika mambo mengi sana. Lakini kuna changamoto hapa na pale ambazo nimeelezea na ambazo zahitaji msaada wako kama mjumbe na vile vile wanachama wote popote walipo, ili kwa pamoja tuweze kushirikiana kuyatatua, sio kulaumiana bali kuyatatua. Kwa sababu wasemavyo Waswahili, umoja ni nguvu, utengano ni nini? Kwa hivyo na imani ya kwamba tuko hapa kwa ajili ya umoja wetu wa kushirikiana na kusaidiana kwa mawazo na fikra, ili mradi tupate mwelekeo thabiti utakao tuelekeza katika mafanikio hata na zaidi. Kwa sababu shirika hili lina umri wa miaka 46 na litazidi kuwepo. Wewe na mimi taondoka, lakini lengo letu kama wakurugenzi wenu ni kuhakikisha kwamba tualiacha shirika lililo imara kifedha, kimsingi, kimaadili na katika kila na hali. Kwa hivyo wito wangu kwenu ni kwamba mtuunge mkono kwa muda mliotupa kuwahudumia, ili mradi tuendelee kuwahudumia, na kwa mchango wenu pamoja na juhudi zetu na wafanyikazi wetu, bila shaka tutavuna yaliyo mema. Yaliyopita si ndwele, ganga yajayo. Mwenyezi Mungu na awabariki.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's appreciate the Chair. Karibu sana, and in our midst we have the Director Cooperatives Nairobi who has visited us. Karibu sana, Madam Oremo. Karibu. Because of time, we'd like to adopt the Chairman's report. Then we request the Director Cooperatives to come and address us because she's going to another meeting. And then we will discuss the Chair's report. Yeah, we need to adopt the Chairman's report. We need a proposer and a seconder. Thank you. Yes? Who has the mic? Yes?
Membership number 009619. I propose.
Thank you very much. A seconder, we have a hand down there, a lady.
I do second Agnes Mailu, membership number 020451.
Thank you very much. Asante sana. I'll request we welcome the Director Cooperatives to come and address us.
Thank you, MC. Delegates, as I had told you initially when I was introducing myself, our account director will be arriving, and we are privileged she's here with us. Okay, it's the mic. I told you during my introduction, we are privileged to have our Nairobi Account Director for Cooperative with us here, and it's my honorable pleasure to invite her to make her the Waumini Sacco.
Thank you very much, Kivindio. The chairman and the board, the supervisory committee of Kamenyakala. My name is Dolphin Aremo, the Director of Cooperatives in Nairobi City County. I'm happy to be here. My team is here. I know Njoroge Mwanga is on the way, but Kivi here. Njoroge, karibu sana. Yeah. I want to congratulate you for being, that for you to do your meeting, you must give them accounts for at least 2 weeks. We learned a lot from Cusco. And that is why that scrutiny is coming up. And you will also, in your audited accounts, by the CEO and the finance manager. In the past, it was only the board of directors. And so we could have instances where the CEO is saying, me, I had recommended this, but there more. Now, something like that cannot come up because all of them have signed the accounts. So when you'll be discussing your financials, you'll be able to see that. Stage of mediation. Mediation, because there are a few areas I think the two houses were not able to agree. One of them is the common one that we keep talking about these days, the term limit. Feeling that there needs to be a term limit for the leadership. So the question is 1 term, 2 term, 3 terms. I believe you contributed through the website of the Senate because this time we didn't call you to the stadium. There is also another school of thought that retirement by rotation is serving you well. Because when a board member retires after the 3 years and or her based on the performance. And so once that is concluded, we'll be able to share with you so that you align yourselves. Also, the CS experts to look into the SACCO Act. You are a DT SACCO, and so you are regulated by SASRA. That report was submitted to the president about a month ago. These reforms are coming up because we want us to improve on governance, which is one of the challenges that we are facing in the cooperative movement. We also want to give our societies an opportunity to have a platform where they can share services. And we also want to actualize the Deposit Guarantee Fund. All those are in the Cooperative Act. Once concluded, we should be able to share with you. Last year, Chair, the Commissioner for Cooperatives, you are aware we are a devolved function, and that's why we work with you from the County of Nairobi, but we work very closely with the national government, where the Commissioner of Cooperatives sits. And so last year, he issued a circular that all cooperatives with a membership of 5,000 and above gets to the delegate system. I think you had already foreseen this, and so you are a successful story of a delegate system. Except that we need to do a little of fine-tuning on how you are doing your delegate system, because delegates are elected. And in all the delegates elections, my officers preside over your elections. And that is why there's a vetting committee in place, where before you apply to be a delegate or a board member, we take you to make sure you meet the minimum thresholds as stipulated in your bylaws and in your policies. One of them, I've just been told that for you to be a delegate, you need to have some minimum savings. The link between the society and the members. As delegates, you are a role model. You are supposed to tell the members what is expected of you. And we also want you to lead by saving. And so when the society saving. Allow me to share with you a little statistics, because we are in charge of growth and development of cooperatives. I have looked at your financials and seen your growth. Last year, we graduated 4 cooperatives from a non-deposit taking status to a deposit status. Is for the auditors, United Winners for the PCA community in Umoja, Njiwa for NSIS, and Kumbukumbu for the museums. We graduated them to a DT status. If you look at the annual report of SASRA, and as a delegate you can access that in the website, we had 177 deposit-taking SACCOs, like 47. The non-deposit-taking SACCOs were 178, and Nairobi commands 135. Actually, Nairobi commands 60% of portfolio of cooperatives. So far, the SACCOs that have done their AGMs, remember this time SASRA brought some stringent measures. And so even the SACCOs that wanted to do their AGMs in January, there was a back and forth because you needed to confirm. You have plans to put in place on how you are meeting the ratios because you need to meet the ratios before you can even declare dividends. And that is why this time even registration of accounts was not as easy, which is the strongest in Africa, grew from 68 billion to 76 billion. I like giving comparatives so that as you discuss your financials, you have 77 billionaires and you are in the club of billionaires. So you are amongst our top cooperatives in this country. And that's why I'm comparing you with the very top so that you can learn in terms of total assets. Is Tima SACCO, which grew from 66 billion to 75 billion. Iko mbio hapo. 76, number one, number two, 75. But the margin of growth is different. And that is what I want you to discuss, even as you'll be discussing your financials. And it grew from 59 billion to 66 billion. Those are the top cooperatives in Nairobi and also happens to be the top in the country. Overall, Harambee SACCO, which is yet to do their ADM, comes at position 4, followed by Unitas at position 5. Unita used to be for this one opportunity in Nairobi, and they made Nairobi their head office. It actually overtook AFIA, which previously was at position 5, but now at position 6. Followed by United Nations, followed by APSTA. APSTA used to be called Ukulima. Then people used to confuse it for Markiti Market. And so they rebranded and they now call themselves APSTA. Followed by Hazina for KRA. Then followed by Kona. Kona used to be Safaricom. It rebranded, it is now called Kona. Your performance chair, I recognize the growth. There's a return that you'll be discussing with your delegates at some point. I know there's a slight reduction. As delegates, it's your financial, there's always an explanation. And it is the desire of the ministry that you give members what you have performed on. We don't want the board to go and give you what you have not performed, because these are not political dividends. Whatever is actual here is what you are going to tell your members. I know sometimes when we are campaigning during elections as delegates, so we also campaign, there's a lot of promise that we tell our members. When you elect me, I will make sure that you get 10%. Then when you come, state what you are getting. Just be a good delegate, go and tell members, as much as it was my desire, I promised I would give you this, the reality is this. That is what even the authority has recognized and registered that you give your members. Finally, as delegates and as members, we also expect you to look at SACCO has a strategic plan. As an individual, we also expect you to have your strategic plan. I am also privileged to be in charge of the highest saver in this country. As at last year, that member had 140, and in that society, they give a return of 10%. 10% of 140 million is how much? 14 million, divided by 12. That is how the formula goes. Even here, what you will get, to sustain you, then know you need to work on your deposits. Are we together? Because through the SACCOs, we are already in Singapore. You don't need to take another flight to take you to Singapore. You only put savings here with the return. You are in charge of your destiny, isn't it? Because that particular member I've given you a reference to, every month he's able to get $1 million and keep change. Does it need to take a flight to go to Singapore? See, already he's in Singapore. Thank you very much for even understanding what Singapore means. Already we have an opportunity. We are in Singapore. So with those many remarks, I know you'll be having elections at some point. But I've also been reliably informed that have cleared 3 for 3 vacant positions. Is there the position of Vikivindio? Why aren't you interested in these positions? Munaogopa ku apply. Na hii 150,000 pia nimeona chairman I supervise called Police Circle. So you know the membership of Police Circle? Do you want to know what the delegates need to have to be delegates? So that you compare yourselves. You know learning is continuous, isn't it? After 1 year they said they wanted to go to 600. Then they went to 800. They are now at 1 million. They said, me, I cannot be a delegate if I don't have a meter. So they threw themselves and they decided that if they get dividends the way you are going to get today, kidogo iende kuwa savings. Usikule kila kitu. Now you can't be a delegate in Police Circle if you don't have a million. I'm just giving you comparatives so that you can also work on your figures. This 150,000 is not cast on stone. But remember, they are also your savings. Is here your board? Sindio? They are also your savings. So with those main remarks, I want to wish you well in your discussions today. Njoroge, I know you want to come and say hi. Protocol requires that after the boss has talked, you don't talk. But because he's the one on the you, because after this I may need him somewhere. Thank you very much for listening. So I've given him permission. Hii sifanyike malingine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Director, Honour Chairman, board members, supervisory committee, invited guests, members, delegates. Good morning. Now that the chief guest ameongea, I may not be able to have much as she has indicated, but I'm glad that delegates are very smart. And that is the smartness I would wish that you also take to the members down there. Because being the link between the members and the society, let the members see you. As they see you, they see the society. The reports that are presented today needs to go to the members so that they get the understanding of what transpired. And more so supporting this society. That is the only key thing that I can be able to tell delegates, because you are the ones, you are the ambassadors of the society. Let's take the right information to members. Whatever reports that we get here, let's take that report to the members. And taking the report, that is the key consideration. You support the reports that are presented here, question the reports, but take positive reports to the members. Let's not take the negatives, because if the negatives are taken to the inaweza anguka. So just that is what I would wish that every member, every delegate considers. Because if you don't take anything positive to them, ukipeleka kitu negative, unajua ataanza kushindwa hii society na promises do you give to members. I consider that a circle is supposed to be service oriented, not profit oriented. It's about service. Because cooperatives are socio-economic. Social. So it's not like a bank. Unajua bank munaongea tu na makaratasi. On the ground, you know you are the persons to bring the issues from the ground. That is the key duty of a delegate. What issues are on the ground so that can inform it. What issues are on the ground so that can inform the leadership on the products they can be able to. Farmers don't patronize the products. So you see now the results will be reduced. So let us encourage members to patronize products of this society, because that is where members to patronize products of this society, because that is where market rate. And that is the key consideration of SACCOs, unlike other commercial institutions, commercial financial institutions. They charge too high to be seen that they are making profits. Even in the cooperative movement, there may be SACCOs you may find their members are they are earning high dividends, high interest, but have you checked the pricing of their products? The pricing, because remember, if you are priced too high, si utalipa interest kubwa sana kwa society as an individual. Then at the end of the year, unafurahi umepata a high interest rate. If you compare the interest you paid and whatever you are getting back, unapata you paid too much because the pricing is too high. So pricing is another consideration. If another member of another SACCO akikwambia, sisi tulipatiwa dividend sijui 20%, interest sijui 10 na gapi, yes, umesikia, but consider what is the pricing of their products. Because cooperatives are socio-economic. The service that members get, are they being exploited in terms of the rates that we are charging them? That is the key consideration, Bwana Chairman, so that we don't compare ourselves, the returns we are giving the society or the members and others. The pricing should be considered because we need to ensure there is a society, Bwana Chairman, that was charging 0.5% per month on a reducing balance. They will not care at the end of the year, do we get that dividend or not? But you earn your dividend in advance. Meaning when you take a loan that is 1%, if you take 2 million, what is 1% of 2 million? So that's 20,000. How about the one taking at 0.5%? Sini nusu ya hiyo. Meaning akilipa 10,000 on 2 million, wewe unalipa 20. At the end of the year, how much have you paid? Yule amelipa interest rate, si unaona atakuwa ame-earn dividend yake in advance. I'm not saying that you go to that because there are expenses to cater for, but the normal rates that are in cooperatives, the 1%, that should be the key consideration, the service that members get from the society. As long as members get the service, at the end of the year, they'll be happy. Bwana Chairman, let me not talk much about the issues that are there because I believe the chief guest gave more information which we need to take home. Mine was only to add and also to kusisitiza whatever information that was given by the chief guest. Otherwise, I wish you all the best as we continue receiving the reports from the leadership of this society, and also remember to be good ambassadors. Once we go back to the members, let's be good ambassadors. Let's take positive information, not negative one. Asanteni.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate ministry officials in a special way. It is raining. Tunataka kuwapigia makofi ya mvua. Wrap your hands. Moshi, 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 manyunyu, manyunyu, manyunyu. Manyunyu unapika kidogo. Manyunyu, 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 manyunyu. Mvua, 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 mvua. Radi! Radi! Asante sana. They have really enlightened us. Hata wamegeuza akili kidogo. Si ndio? Si ni ukweli? Na wametuambia ukweli wa maneno. Asante sana. At this particular moment, I'm going to welcome the chair. We are going to go through the chairman's report. So, chair, you are welcome. Kama chair baada anakuja tusimame kidogo. Najua tumekaa kwa muda mrefu. Stretch your hands. Weka hiyo kitabu chini. Stretch, 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 stretch. Stretch, usigonge mwenzako macho. Stretch, 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 stretch. Haya, tunaweza keti sasa. Chairman, karibu. I'm informed that the report was adopted. We call the supervisory chair to give her report. That is Madam Mariana. Karibu sana.
Good morning, delegates. How is it going? Are we learning? Are we benefiting? Will we share this with our members back home? So allow me to walk us through the supervisory committee report on behalf of the team that gives us oversight for the society, comprised of Wilson Bogo, Patrick Wandera, and myself. We serve as your members in the Supervisory Committee. And for this year, I'll just walk us through the report for the year so that we can appreciate the journey that has been for 2025. So this report has 10 parts, so we will be able to walk through each part, and I believe when we be discussing the report, we can raise any matters that we may need clarification on. Is that okay with us? Is that fine? Okay. So as an introduction, the Supervisory Committee of the Waumini Sacco is pleased to present its annual report for the financial year ended 31st December 2025. The committee derives its authority from the Cooperative Societies Act, that is Cap 490 of the laws of Kenya. The Waumini Sacco Societies bylaw, that is notably bylaws 83 and 84. In line with its mandate, the AC is responsible for examining and verifying all transactions of the society, preparing and submitting quarterly reports to the board, and thereafter forwarding the same to the Commissioner of the Cooperative Development. The committee also prepares the annual supervisory report for presentation to the annual delegates meeting, and subsequently we expect that this report will reach our esteemed members. In discharging this responsibility, the Supervisory Committee carried out a comprehensive review in the society. During the year under review, findings of these assessments are presented in this report. And when you go to clause 2.0, we'll be able to talk about the governance of the society, starting with the ADM resolutions. Honorable delegates, you will note that when you come here every end of the year, we make resolutions, and these resolutions, you expect that they'll be implemented. And during our assessment, the Supervisory Committee wished to report that the delegates, all the resolutions that you adopted for the annual delegates meeting that was held in 2025 were duly executed by the board, and the that the decisions ratified during that forum have duly been actioned in line with the directives that you delegates issued. On delegate election, honorable delegates, during the review, during the year under review, the term of the current delegate came to an end in accordance with the bylaws, and communication was duly issued to all units to facilitate election of the delegates. The names of the delegates were submitted to the SACCO for consideration. However, not all nominees met the minimum eligibility criteria as stipulated in the SACCO bylaws. Honorable delegates, out of 310 nominees received, only 229 satisfied the prescribed for qualification. And therefore, the Supervisory Committee notes that adequate representation of all units remain a key governance requirement, and the board has undertaken to follow up with the affected units to ensure that there's compliance and to guarantee full representation and proper representation as envisioned in the governance structure. Remember, one of the principles of cooperative society is democratic membership, and we will really want the society to comply with that, and especially representation. To Ishirika Day recognition performance for the SACCO has been alluded to the chair of the society, who walked us through the awards that the society given 2025. On Ushirika Day, Waumini Sacco was able to attain notable recognition from the Cooperative Alliance of Kenya, following a private performance appraisal, and the society emerged as the most efficient deposit-taking SACCO, securing position 1 within the community-based SACCO category in acknowledgement of its optimal resource allocation, streamlined loan turnaround time, and prudent budgetary control. The SACCO further attained position 1 in risk management, reflecting the strength of its risk control framework, including adequate insurance arrangements and well-established institutional policies. Honorable delegates, in addition, the SACCO was ranked position 3 in credit management services, demonstrating measurable progress in portfolio administration, savings growth, and overall institutional advancement. Honorable delegates, at an aggregate level, our SACCO, Waumini SACCO, achieved an overall position 2 as a best performing deposit-taking SACCO among the community SACCO. And based on key performance indicators such as capitalization levels, saving mobilizations, portfolio quality, operational efficiency, risk oversight, technology leverage, and institutional transformation. Honorable delegates, these accolades are a testament to the collaborative contribution of members, delegates, stakeholders, and the board. The Supervisory Committee recognizes that collective commitment and encourages continued cohesion amongst all stakeholders to sustain and elevate the SACCO performance trajectory. Honorable delegates, when you come to the SACCO performance in terms of under review, honorable delegates, the SACCO experienced consistent growth in its membership base. As at 31st December 2025, the number of active members were to 56,742, up from 50,121 2024. This translates to a net addition of 6,621 members, representing a growth of 13%. However, 326 members applied to exit from the SACCO for various reasons. Such sustained expansion is a testament to the trust that both existing members and the wider public place in Waumini SACCO. Indeed, Waumini SACCO is a future to believe in. We urge all members, delegates, the board, the staff, to continue championing the SACCO image so that this upward trend can be well into the future. As brand ambassadors of the SACCO, we really need to be at the forefront to preach the good gospel about SACCO. A few indicators, honorable delegates, have been presented in the table below, and I believe we all have this booklet, and you can look at the growth trajectory that the SACCO has been able to demonstrate over the years. As at close of 2025, an upward direction was demonstrated in SACCO, with key indicators like membership, shares, assets, revenues, deposits, and ultimately the loan portfolio was able to demonstrate positive growth. Honorable delegates, this reflects sustained membership confidence, a strength in terms of the capital base, and sound financial stewardship. Going forward, the board is encouraged to pursue strategies anchored on digital transformation, product diversification, portfolio quality, and sustainable surplus to strengthen the SACCO competitiveness in the operating space. When you go to product innovation in terms of diversification, and strategic partnerships. The Supervisory Committee notes with appreciation the rollout of innovative products aimed at improving members' convenience and financial inclusion. Following the approval by the regulator, the SACCO was able to introduce digital loan facilities featuring a self-guarantee loan of up to 200,000, as well as advanced loan. The digitization of these products is expected to enhance processing efficiency, reduce turnaround time, and short-term credit solution for our members. Of course, increasing convenience for our members regardless of their different locations. Further, the society strategic partnership to enhance member welfare, and in collaboration with the corporate insurance, the SACCO was able to launch the CoopCare medical cover, which is offered at competitive premiums to support members' health expenses. Additionally, through of understanding with the water tank provider, that is ROTO, members can now access water storage solutions, negotiate prices. The Supervisory Committee views these initiatives as aligned to the SACCO's membership-focused approach and encourages members to obtain further details from the respective branches so that they can patronize these strategic, innovative solutions from the SACCO. In terms of partnership with the Kenya Mortgage Refinancing Company, the Supervisory Committee reports that the following a board resolution on 22nd of January 2025, Waumini SACCO successfully initiated steps to partner with Kenya Mortgage Refinance Company, and this partnership is expected to enable mortgage loans for members while assessing refinancing support from the KMRC, thereby providing members with affordable interest rates. And the Supervisory Committee is confident that this collaboration will significantly enhance access to home financing for members while strengthening the SACCO product offering. Honorable delegates, when it comes to the financial performance of the SACCO, we will walk through the members' investment, the loan disbursement, and various key performance indicators for the SACCO so that we appreciate how our SACCO is performing. On members' investment, we note that members demonstrated an unwavering commitment to saving throughout the year. Combined share capital and deposits rose from 5.4 billion to around 5.8 billion as of December 2025, reflecting a net rise of around 362 million, which translates to 6.7% increase. And at this juncture, honorable delegates, the Supervisory Committee urges all members to continue growing their investments in the SACCO, as this is a reliable path to higher returns and access to loan facilities at lower interest rates. When you go to loan disbursement, honorable delegates, we wish to note that this aligned with its mandate to provide accessible and affordable financing. Waumini SACCO recorded a notable growth in its lending portfolio during the year under review. And as at 31st December 2025, the total loan book expanded from 6.7 billion compared to 6.3 billion in the previous year, recording an increase of 369 million. During the year 2025, the loans amounting to 3.3 billion were disbursed, up from 3.2 billion in 2024. And this reflects an additional 92 million in credit extended to members, translating to 2.8 rise on the year. Honorable delegates, the other aspect that we looked into was the portfolio at risk. Of course, debt recovery is a priority for the SACCO, and setting up of the debt recovery department has really played a key role to ensure that in the portfolio at risk. So the portfolio at risk decreased from to 9.8 at the end of the year, down from 9.3 in 20. This is way beyond the acceptable level of 5%. The supervisory notes that some of our institutions are faced with operational pressure due to foreign aid donor funding constraints, and this reduced cash flow at institutional level. As a result, honorable delegates, the loan uptake within the SACCO from the Social Health Authority, and these delays affected the liquidity of the institution and the ability to meet the obligations, including staff salaries. Investments and overall loan portfolio, honorable delegates, continues to express demand for SACCO loan facilities. Delegates, when you go to loans and guarantor responsibility, we note that as a requirement from the industry regulator, that is SASRA, all loans advanced to this by a number of guarantors who found themselves adversely affected when borrowers failed to meet their repayment obligations. It is important to clarify, honorable delegates, that Waumini SACCO explicitly spells out the duties, liabilities, and risks that guarantors take upon signing up for guarantorship. In light of this, honorable delegates, we need to inform our members or remind them that they need to thoroughly read and go through the obligations so that they understand before appending their signatures and refrain from signing any forms that are not completely filled or they are left blank. Notably, every loan application form from the SACCO includes a dedicated section where a guarantor can specify the exact amount they wish to guarantee. It is therefore surprising, honorable delegates, that majority of our members leave this section blank, which by default may be interpreted as guarantor guaranteeing the entire loan to the limit of their deposits. And therefore, honorable delegates, the supervisory committee recommends that all members should be urged to pay a close attention to this section and fill it deliberately to avoid unintended financial exposure. Honorable delegates, the other thing that the supervisory committee closely monitors is the insider lending in terms of loans issued to staff and loans issued to the directors. And during the period under review, honorable delegates, the supervisory conducted a review on the insider lending and wish to confirm that observance of established credit policies, procedures during loan appraisal and approval were adhered to. This oversight includes monitoring potential conflict of interest situations and tracking repayment performance to ensure that obligations are honored in accordance with the terms. As at December 2025, the committee examined the insider lending reports and confirmed that the facilities advanced to all insiders, the staff and the board, were rated as performing under SASRA standards. The committee acknowledges management and the board for upholding high governance standards and maintaining sound lending discipline. Honorable delegates, when it comes to the balance sheet, the growth or overview of the SACCO, we note that during the period under review, as at December 31st, 2025, Waumini SACCO experienced significant growth in its assets. The total assets rose from 7.4 billion to 7.9 billion, reflecting an increase of 571 million, which is equivalent to 8% growth. This strong performance is primarily driven by sustained member commitment, sound financial stewardship, and the unwavering backing by stakeholders. Remember, in a SACCO, it's a situation where you're both a shareholder and you're also the investor. So that's why stakeholder engagement, stakeholder management, and ownership of the SACCO is very important for us to experience continuous growth. Honorable delegates, when you look at the table that is provided below, you will see the adequacy ratio comparative data analysis for 2024 and 2025. And you will note that overall, the performance was good, save for the portfolio at risk, which was way above the regulatory requirement of at least 5%. The 2025 prudential rates indicate that the SACCO remained largely compliant with statutory requirements around capital adequacy, the core capital, the total shares, the total deposits, and however, the indicators are trending below towards the boundary line and require strategic attention. The liquidity ratio for the SACCO decreased from 17.56 in 2024 to 14.3%, failing below the recommended 15%, signaling tightening short-term cash flow capacity. Similarly, the institutional capital to total assets has slightly weakened, that is from 8.32% to 8.15%, remaining just above the minimum requirement of 8%. These trends underscore the need to strengthen reserves, enhance credit risk management, and reinforce capital buffers. Members are therefore encouraged to plow back dividends, increase shareholding, and grow deposits to solidify the SACCO's institutional capital base and liquidity position for sustained stability and growth. Honorable delegates, when you go to the verification of statutory compliance prior to surplus distribution, the Supervisory Committee undertook an independent assessment of the SACCO's financial standing and is satisfied to report that prior to tabling the surplus allocation proposal, the Board of Directors met all the mandatory statutory obligations, and the Supervisory Committee verified that the requisite statutory reserves had adequately been appropriated, and the institution continues to meet the prescribed minimum core capital thresholds, as well as the capital adequacy ratios. Further, the audited financial statements incorporating the proposed surplus distribution are formally sanctioned by the component authority in line with the Act and the applicable regulations. On the basis of these confirmations and validations, the Supervisory Committee raises no reservations regarding the Board's intention to implement the surplus allocation as guided by the SACCO internal policies and the prevailing regulatory framework. Honorable delegates, there's a matter that is an industry matter of concern, and the Supervisory Committee will be monitoring the situation. And at this juncture, honorable delegates allow us to report that there's a lot of recovery efforts on the Cusco case, and the operating balance of the Cusco receivables as at 15th of December 2025 was 344,130,321. And so far, the SACCO has been able to recover 3.5 million, 561 being part of amount receivables, and this has reduced the receivable to around 340 million, 625,752. The SACCO has provided for 17,168,52 as impairment costs towards the notes receivables. Honorable delegates, when we go to operations in terms of the SACCO performance, matters around member engagement, communication, internal environment, compliance oversight, as well as the compliance status of 2025. The Supervisory Committee is pleased to report that we have a fully functional call center, or via the social media platforms, all established to strengthen members' engagement and improve the overall quality of service delivery to our members. Internal control. The Supervisory Committee conducted various continuous risk-based assessment of the SACCO internal controls framework during the year under review. And these reviews were reliable and operational processes are executed in conformity with the SACCO Societies Act and the SACCO's internal policies. Particularly, Honorable Delegates, I wish to draw your attention to privileges are structured to prevent any individual officer from executing a transaction from initiation to completion without independent approval layer. Reviewed the monthly bank reconciliations and confirmed that they were properly prepared in a prompt manner and remained current. The Supervisory Committee, however, notes of long outstanding records, the correct identification details, that is the member number, the ID number, whenever they are transacting with the SACCO, so that there's proper identification and allocation of deposited amounts to the SACCO accounts. Honorable Delegates, when it comes to the regulatory compliance status of the SACCO, we wish to note that during the year under review, Waumini SACCO is fully compliant with all statutory and regulatory requirements. The SACCO operated under a valid license issued by the SACCO Society Regulatory Authority, confirming adherence to prudential standards such as anti-money laundering, KYC, know your customer, capital requirements, and other regulatory obligations. Additionally, the SACCO complied with requirements of the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner, Financial Reporting Center, and maintained a valid tax compliance certificate from the Kenya Regulatory Authority, as well as the SACCO was able to maintain up-to-date business permits across all operational locations. Therefore, Honorable Delegates, the Supervisory Committee is satisfied that the SACCO upheld its regulatory discipline throughout the year under review. When we come to Clause 6, Human Resource and Staff Welfare, during the year under review, the Supervisory Committee closely monitored matters relating to staff welfare and the organizational culture, and recognizes that human capital is a critical driver of the SACCO's operations, efficiency, and strategic growth. The society was able to maintain a workforce of 68 members, comprised of 33 male and 35 female employees. The staff turnover remained within marginal levels, with 4 exits recorded during the year. And regrettably, Honorable Delegates, the SACCO experienced a loss of one of our long-serving staff. And of course, the chair was able to allude to that earlier on. The Supervisory Committee notes that the management provided necessary support to the staff during the family of the staff during the difficult period and continued to foster a supportive and safe working environment. Further, occupational health and safety audits were undertaken and recommendations were issued to enhance workplace safety and compliance standards. In line with SACCO's commitment to the continuous improvement and resilience, staff capacity was systemically strengthened through both internal and external initiatives. Key areas covered include managing grief at workplace, emotional intelligence, environmental well-being, credit and delinquent management, securitization and collateral management, among others. Additionally, the entire staff participated in team building in 2025 October, aimed at strengthening cohesion within the staff, enhancing morale, and reinforcing high-performance organization culture. Therefore, Honorable Delegates, the Supervisory Committee is satisfied that these initiatives have positively contributed to staff competence, governance standards, and overall institution stability of the SACCO. In the spirit of digital transformation, Honorable Delegates, the SACCO has majorly invested in systems to ensure that the SACCO is able to support our members wherever they are. And since 2023, honorable members, the SACCO went live on its management information system, and this has made substantial strides in mobilizing the digital infrastructure to achieve efficient and cyber resilience. The Supervisory Committee is pleased to report that the overall completion of the MIS is at 9%, marking a significant shift towards full automation. Key milestones achieved to date include rollout of the real-time member notification, improved internet banking, member portal, online application, and integration of bank platforms. While major progress has been made in recoveries, internal audits, customer relationship module enhancements, and certain modules such as agency banking, procurement portal are currently awaiting final deployment. Despite these challenges, honorable delegates, the SACCO is in aligned with multi-party integrations and evolving change in terms of requests based on members' needs. And continuous upgrade is being done to improve on operational efficiency, strengthen security controls, and elevate overall member experience across the SACCO. When you come to corporate governance, corporate social responsibility, strategic stakeholder engagement, which is part of the institutional CSR, Supervisory Committee wishes to report that the SACCO supported and participated in various diocesan events and education forums, medical camps, fundraisers, and community initiatives, which are primarily aimed at strengthening strategic partnership within the church network, enhance institutional visibility, deepen member engagement, and reinforce SACCO brand proposition in terms of value-driven financial partner. Honorable delegates, the last item that we looked at was the strategic plan, and we wish to report that the Waumini SACCO strategic plan is now at its 4th year of implementation, and significant milestones have so far been achieved, with most key initiatives successfully rolled out. Not only a few items are pending completion, and the board has reaffirmed its commitment to ensure full implementation of the remaining activities. And the Supervisory Committee notes that the ongoing efforts are expected to further enhance member experience, improve service delivery, strengthen SACCO overall performance and effectiveness. And some of the milestones that still remain unachieved in the strategic plan include agency banking, electronic document management system, as well as the customer relationship module. We are therefore requesting the board to be proactive in following up all the pending strategic plan items so that the growth of the SACCO can be achieved and my experience can be improved. On ISO certification, honorable delegates, last year, during our ADPM, we noted that the January 2025, and since then, Supervisory Committee wishes to report that significant activities have been undertaken to align the SACCO into ISO certifications, and the board has assured that the Waumini SACCO will be able to receive final accreditation on ISO 9001-2015 certification by June 2025. As I come to the conclusion of this report, honorable delegates, I wish to give us an assurance on behalf of the Supervisory Committee that Waumini SACCO operations remain within the regulatory boundaries, and we appreciate the commitment shown by members in absentia, the delegates, the board, the secretariat in driving the SACCO growth, as well as the regulator and the ministry, which have demonstrated collective dedication, which has positioned Waumini SACCO as a very strong brand to achieve a lasting growth. In the years ahead, honorable delegates, we want to urge all members, stakeholders, to embrace teamwork, uphold sound practices in order to build a financial resilient circle that keeps its members at the heart of everything it does. I therefore wish to pray that God blesses Waumini, which is a feature to believe in. I submit my report on behalf of the Supervisory Committee. Thank you, and back to you, Moderator.
Thank you very much, Madam Mariana. Let's appreciate her again. Asante sana. Now, delegates, we have two options here. We can either discuss the chairman's report together with the supervisory report, or we go to the finances, we finish, then we discuss together. We discuss? Eh? We adopt the essay. Who will propose? Proposer? Yes, Dominic. Thank you very much, Dominic. We need to propose. So, Dominic, are you proposing your membership number? 10908. A seconder? A seconder? Yes.
My membership number is 050261.
Thank you very much. So, members, we move to the discussing the chairman's report. Chair, come.
Thank you, Madam Bibiana. Honorable delegates, we now move into this session. And as per the notice, answer, because you didn't just come here to clap. You came here, you have questions, and those questions must be, they must be, kama ulikuja kupiga makofi, they help us grow. So we are not shying our heads in the sand. Tunasema sema ikuto, sema ufanye nini? Delegate, please send in your question so that when we give you an answer, we give you a proper answer, right? I'm a journalist by profession. Because a journalist comes to you not to get the positive side, but to get the negative side. We say that what is bad is what makes news. What is good does not make news. So that is from a journalistic point of view. But we are not taking that angle because I'm not standing here as a journalist, but as a leader of your investment. And so we requested, send in your questions. We'll do proper research so that when you give you an answer, you become satisfied. And you can talk to the members on the ground with the confidence. This is the information. And so we got so many questions. How many send a question? Hands up. How many send a question? Only one hand. No, I have so many questions here. How many of us send in questions? Yes, I can see a number of hands. Please, let's appreciate them. Kopige makofi. Those are the people I want to journey with. As the chair, I want to journey with them because it is not a matter of just saying yes, yes, apana. And so we requested and we got questions from some of you delegates and we got questions from members. So all the answers are here. That does not deny you a chance to ask a question. We have to move together as a team. And so on our delegates' wall, we had a member who said, who asked, what was the impact of change of USAID policy on the net dividends and interest payable to members during the year ended 31st December 2025? So now it's time to give that comprehensive answer. That member from one of our delegates asked, due to the changes in the USAID foreign policy, 23 units were affected in the following ways. Please listen. 23 units were affected. How are they affected? The staff working with these units were retrenched. They were sent home, right? Some employees managed to pay their outstanding loan balances from their terminal benefits. As of 31st of 421,043 Kenya shillings. This amount contributed greatly to the provisioning, right? Hence, reducing the SACCO but we look forward to better things on that. Other factors that have affected the SACCO income include the management of SHA, Social Health Authority. Honorable delegates, I hope you can hear me. These are comprehensive research answers we are giving you. You can prove them. As a board, when we sat the other day and we looked at the list of those affected hospitals, answer, and we are here to still in the best manner possible. This was also from the
There is a question, why is the rate of return declining from 8.5% to 8.25% and 15% to 13%? Is the SACCO turnover grew by 67,958,572 shillings, representing of 8.1%, that is from Kenya shillings 868,634. This was a huge growth. Why the rate to return go down instead of corresponding to the turnover growth? Number one, the impairment expenses. If you turn to page 57, the impairment expenses grew from Kenya shillings 53,732,920 to 61,748,213. The above figure is made up of provision of loan loss, which grew from Kenya shillings 23 million to Kenya shillings 25 million. The SACCO provided for investment in Cusco, remember, at the rate of 17 million Kenya shillings. The regulator introduced the provision on receivable, which was 6,150,697 shillings, among others. And number two, institutional capital to asset ratio. The ideal institutional capital to asset ratio is 8%. If the SACCO had maintained the previous year's rate of return, the ratio would have reduced to 7.89%, which is below the required 8%. Equally, the SACCO would have failed to comply with the regulatory requirements. The regulator's letter dated 17th February 2026. I don't know if that can be displayed. Okay, we'll do that later. The regulator's letter dated 17th February 2026. Successor letter has instructed the board and I quote, the SACCO board and management have advised to build internal reserve to enhance its capital buffer to match the growth of the asset. All right, I'm well guided by the chair. auditor to give us the audit reports of the year ended 31st December 2025. Represented by himself, kindly take the podium and give us the report. Whatever remains will be presented afterwards. Thank you very much.
Good morning, members. Cooperative. Asante sana. I'm happy to be with you once again this morning to take you through the financial statements for the year 31st December 2025. I guess the reason why the treasurer decided to go slow on my report so that I could shed more light on these numbers. It's best to discuss most of these things after of the independence that comes in the auditor. So I will take you through the numbers and I will concentrate a lot on some of the questions that you've been asking. Apart from that, we see whether we can be able to make more deliberations and add our education on how these books affect our performance at the end of the day, how it affects our pockets. Because it is investment that you save at the end of the month that you expect to yield for you some return at the end of the year, and in the long run, even at your retirement, it should be able to generate something for you, and that way then you need to start your plans early. So I will take you to page 39 of the booklet that you are holding. And on page 39, many of the presenters who've come before me have made reference to this report or to this page, directly or indirectly, including our guest of honor who has just left. And if you look at page 39, you'll see some comparatives. Last year when I was presenting my financial statements, I mentioned to you that take these financial statements, compare them with financial statements of your competitors, compare them with those who are ahead of you. You had the big names that were being mentioned, Police Sacco, Steamer Sacco, and the likes. Put this page next to your page and ask yourself, how is the growth of the Sacco that I'm investing in, and what impact can I make so that the performance of the organization and my performance can also grow. The intention is to grow your wealth, and if the growth of the Sacco is noted, then you also grow your wealth. The first number I want us to discuss is the core capital. Can you see the figure for capital? Figure for 1.2 billion compared to the figure of 1.3 billion on the 2025 page. There is an 8.6% growth. Are we together, all of us? Thank you. Then the next figure that we have there that now would get closer to your pocket is the share capital. 613 in the year 2024, 685 in the year 2025. A growth of about 11.7%. Let's put it roughly 12%. So what we're saying is here, if your figure for share capital, whatever you normally contribute, would grow, you would increase your share capital. Number one, down there, very down there, you'll see a figure we're talking about dividend rate on members' share capital. Chini kabisa, the second last line, is 13%. A figure that I know we are not very comfortable with, having come from 15% to 13%. So if our share capital would increase, then it means what you take home would increase also. Sioni kweli? Now, your share capital is what is representing your interest in this organization. And the more it is, the more you get your dividends coming in. However, once in a while, you'll realize you have to seed something. For you to have some benefit in the future, you have to give. So it's a give and take. So if you look at your performance, now we'll now be a bit mathematical. Under the line we are calling key ratios, I don't know that you can all see something we are calling institutional capital. Your institutional capital dropped from 8.3 million to 8.15 million. There is another figure under liquid ratios. Your liquid assets also dropped from the figure 15% that should be there, that is the standard, from 17.5% to 14.3%. Can you see those ratios? So now when those ratios are affected, therefore you don't expect that at the end of the day, being a stakeholder of this organization, you don't expect that you'll also take away home very high returns, okay? Now the question would be, why are we having so much institutional capital going down? Why did we have our liquidity going down? Now, all these factors are factors that are affected by the normal operations of an organization during the year. And you'll realize that if whatever you made in terms, and I will now refer you to page 44. On page 44, you'll realize that you have your revenues, you have your expenses, you have tax expenses that come in, and you have what is supposed to be retained in terms of retention. If whatever you get at the end of the day is your surplus, net surplus, and the board feels that, the board and the regulator feel that if we distribute more than what is supposed to be distributed, it will hamper our future existence of the circle, then what happens is more retention is done. Are we together? So when their financial statements are presented to the board by the management after the books have been done, and after we have audited the books of accounts, because our work is to look at the books of accounts and see whether what is in the financial statements that we've been given for audit and what we have on the ground is okay, we now after that deliberate as a team and look at it. Are we able to continue distributing more and more to the members? And what is the effect of distributing more? So you remember when the director from the Cooperative said, you may be giving yourself so much return at the end of every year. You give yourself a lot of returns, very high returns, but at some point, how are you leaving your institution? Is the institution shaky? Is it able to meet those days when things are very bad? So if that is threatened, then that is why you retain more. And that is the decision that was made by the board with the instructions of, with the guidance, let me not say instruction, with the guidance of the regulator, that let the members retain a bit more of their surpluses, and more goes to you improving your liquidity. And that is why you'll realize that whatever was paid in terms of dividends and in terms of interest was not as high as it was in the previous year. Maybe we may say that whatever you were given in the previous year was too high, because the market, the industry rates that are being given right now lie between that 15 and 10%. Actually, the likes of Muhasibu are giving 10%. The likes of Steam are also not giving very high. And therefore, that's why I'm saying relate your books and the books of your competitors or your peers so that you can tell whether you're doing well or not. So it's always good to plan for the future. Sinikweli. You as Christians have also learned a lot, eat everything today, and at the end of the day, you have your institution left weak. That is why we talk about your institutional capital. Is your institutional capital growing? Because this is the money that is left in the organization. Your core capital, fortunately, core capital is what is basically yours. That is the, not even basically yours, but it is what belongs to the institution. The share capital, you cannot pull it out. Sinikweli. The share capital is your money, but you cannot pull it out. That is money that is confirmed to be belonging to the institution. The reserves also is what has been made over time. So that is why you'll realize that some of these returns might have gone down, but you're making surpluses from 10.5 billion, you made surpluses of 17 billion. The money does not disappear. It doesn't go anywhere. The money remains yours. It goes to whatever has not been distributed and whatever has not been spent in expenses. So you shouldn't be worried that we have made so much profits, at the end of the day we've received so little, our money has disappeared. No. If it's not in reserves, then will be in your pockets. Thank you, members. I will now take you to the auditor's report for our opinion. And we have the opinion on page number 41. Dear members, you can turn to page 41. And feel free at the end of the session of the report to ask any question that you'll feel you want an independent confirmation in relation to the books that we are holding with us. On page, I'll read the opinion paragraph. You're saying we have audited the financial statements of Waumini Sacco Society Limited, referred to as the society, set out on page 10 to 30, which comprise the statement of financial position as of 31st December 2025, profit or loss and other comprehensive income, the statement of significant changes in equity, the statement of cash flows for the year then ended, and the notes to the financial statements, including a summary of significant accounting policies. In our opinion, the accompanying financial statements give a true and fair view of the society's financial position as at 31st December 2025, and of its financial performance and cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with international financial reporting standards and the Sacco Societies Act number 14 of 2008. We were independent in our work and therefore confirmed and were in accordance with the international standards on auditing and the other regulatory bodies. Matters that we want to bring to your attention include: 1, IFRS 9 compliance. We don't have full compliance with IFRS number 9. IFRS 9 says that we need to fully provide for loans that have not been paid for and for other financial assets that are to be provided for. We lack that, but the SACCO has partially complied with that based on the best decisions of the directors. The IFRS 9 application model implemented to comply. Also had investments in Cusco, which stood at 333 million, gradually being written off in the books. If it was what was supposed to be done as per IFRS 9, the whole amount would be written off, but we are gradually writing it off with the advice of the board and the regulator so that the company or the Sacco Society does not feel the full wrath of that provision. I wish to thank you very much for paying attention. I can see you really paid attention. Asanteni, the maths class was not very boring, I guess. Thank you very much, and we wish you fruitful deliberations as we continue with the day. Thank you. I'd also wish to confirm that we should place ourselves to continue for the year 2026.
Thank you so much, our external auditor. Now we need to the seconder who will propose the report. You give the microphone kindly. Thank you. Somebody to second. $38? Okay. Page 38? Okay. Secretary, have you noted, taken note of that? Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, member, on that, but it is based on the pages that was only on the audited accounts. The booklet includes other pages, like the chairman's report and other things, so that is why you'll see the discrepancy on the pages. But for purposes of the audit, it was 10 to 30 on the booklet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Honorable delegates, now I take you to our I take you to appropriation. The core mandate of our society remains unchanged: to mobilize deposits from members and advance affordable loans while generating sustainable returns for our members. Allow me to highlight the key financial results and what they mean for the proposed appropriation. Kindly go to page 38. Growth in surplus. The society recorded a surplus before tax of 124,477,210 Kenya shillings in 2024. The society continues to grow and operate sustainably despite challenging economic environment. Statutory and strategic obligations to members, the society must meet statutory and governance requirements. So taxation increased from 8,700,000 in 2024 to 13,114,721 shillings in 10 million to the general reserve. This is the only way that we can ensure stability of our SACCO. The increase, we allocated 5 million. We intend to sustain this strategy in future. Transfer to statutory reserves increased to 27 million and sustainability of the SACCO and protect members' funds, especially in periods of economic uncertainty. Compared to 8.5% last year, the total amount payable is 440,272,000 same time last year. Dividends on share capital. The proposed dividend rate is 13% compared to 15% last year's million. Why the adjustment in rates? The adjustment in rates reflects prudent financial management to ensure directors and management is to ensure a strong SACCO tomorrow. Retained surplus. 127,151 shillings in 2025 compared to Kenya shillings 1 minute in 2024, which strengthens the SACCO's capital base and future growth. Independent Ongi and Kamwara Associates. This independent audit provides assurance that our financial statements fairly represent the state to the budget on page 65 in the booklet. Before we get to the budget, so I'll request for a proposer and a seconder. The appropriation. Thank you. Go to the budget on page 65 in the booklet. This outlines the financial budget of our society, comparing the 2025 Act 906,468,634 shillings, revised to Kenya shillings 1,999,101,829. This growth, solution-based products and proactive staff loan selling which have significantly enhanced uptake. Interest from loans, actuals for 2025, 365 shillings, revised 2026 is 1,041,931,221,302 shillings, and revised 2026 is 70,474,335. Other 152,967 shillings, revised for 949,870. 5 was 117,066,038 shillings, rising to a revised 2026 figure of 137 million. To factor in inflation rate at 3%, new staff to be hired, that is the account assistant, account officer, branch manager for Kisumu, and operations manager. The third phase implementation of NSSF contributions at 2,116, staff training and development, other benefits. With all the consideration, we are keeping total personnel expenses below 27% of income. When you look at the financial costs, the financial expenses have increased by 34%, with the revised 2026 figure at 98,677,528 versus actuals of 73,584,241. Key contributors include provisioning for the loan losses, bank and M-Pesa charges, tax obligations. Staff focus on loan administration is expected to slightly moderate this cost moving forward. When you look at the administrative expenses, administrative costs are projected to grow at 86,366,388 shillings for 2026, lower than the approved figure of 103,987,046 shillings, but an increase from the 2025 actual of 72,897,302. The major driver includes ICT maintenance and repairs, ISO certification processes, and routine operational costs. Notably, administrative expenses remain below 27% of income, reflecting operational efficiency. When you go to depreciation, depreciation has increased to 18,297,092 shillings, up from the 2025 actual of 12,296,775 shillings due to capital acquisition, including audit planning software, debt recovery software, desktops, laptops, purchase of additional CCTV cameras, new server and power backup systems. Marketing. Marketing expenditure has been revised upwards to 22,695,767 from Kenya shillings 20,753,594 in the year 2025, an 8% increase. This aligns with our aggressive member recruitment and loan mobilization strategy. Unit visits, meetings with unit representatives, yet remains comfortably below 25% of total income. We look at governance. Governance costs are slightly higher due to revised committee allowance accounting to 3% inflation rate, board training and retreat, stakeholder engagements due to bishops' inaugurations. Remember that in the year 2024, one board member did not attend most of the committee meetings, and that meant that the pays went down. Actuals for 2025 stood at 33,954,073 shillings, revised 2026 figures at 36,643,265. Though the increase is 8% as compared to the actual. Total expenses and surplus. Total expenses at 404,320,255, revised 2026 versus 330,852,023 shillings actuals for 2025, representing 22% growth. Surplus, 748,053,178 shillings, a 30% improvement over 2025 actuals and 11% above the approved 2026 budget. This demonstrates our desire to turn around things and grow the circle. Capital expenditure. The 2025 capital budget total 23,180,000 allocated as follows. Computer hardware, 8,530,000. Computer software, 14,650,000. The acquisition of the above hardware and software will enhance operational efficiency, strengthening loan management, and support our ICT process. Sometimes it's also good to give testimony. This morning, a member approached me. They went through a demeaning process, a painful process. They were abducted, and their accounts were swept. But what he told me is that I'll continue keeping my money at Waumini Sacco because I gave them the PIN number for Waumini, but they were not able to withdraw money that was in Waumini. But they withdrew money that was in M-Pesa and other accounts. So that means that we have good controls. In conclusion, our budgetary projections reflect strategic initiatives aimed at strengthening the SACCO capital reserves, improved returns to members, ensuring compliance, and enhancing member service. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Rose, our treasurer. Can we clap for her? Thank you very much. We want to adopt this report. I'd like to have a proposer and a seconder. Let's now go to the other row that the other team has been missing out. We have hands there. I need a gentleman and a lady. Mtu wa mic, angalia mkono mahali iko. Tobias ako pale. Pardon? 01671. There is a lady behind Tobias. Zero 53 531. Thank you very much. Now, after adopting the report, we want to go to awards. Remember, we have had consolata declaration where delegates were given an opportunity to recruit members. And I am here presenting to you the top 3 members who recruited in this quarter. The first one is Shadras Joshua Okumu of St. Charles Luanga Health Center. He recruited 35 members. Shadras, where are you? Can we clap for him as he comes? Shadras has stepped out. Shadras, kindly come forward. I request Dr. Okari to present Shadras with the merchandise. Let's clap for Shadras. This is an opportunity that is given to encourage us so that we continue recruiting. Thank you very much. Clap for Shadras and as he receives. Congratulations, Shadras. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Continue clapping for him. Thank you, Shadras. Number 2 was Caro Otieno Auro from St. Damiano Medical Center. She recruited 24. Clap for him. Carol. Yes, he's the one. Otieno Auro. Carol. I'll request our brother Munyi to come and present a gift to Carol. Munyi, please come forward. Let's clap for him, please. Carol. Carol managed to recruit 24. Thank you very much. Let's clap for him. Yes, congratulations. Congratulations, our brother Otieno Auro. Thank you very much. Thank you. I will request our brother Maslinus to come and award number 3, Samuel Mburu Mwaura from Mother Amadia Mission Hospital. He managed to recruit 15 members. Let's continue clapping. As I said, this is an opportunity that is given to all of us. We are here to encourage each other so that as we leave this place, we will continue recruiting more members. Clap for him. These awards are on quarterly basis, and this is a challenge today. When we leave here, let's continue recruiting. Thank you, Samuel, and thank you, Marcelinos. Thank you, team. At this particular moment, we'll go back to question and answer, and I'll request our treasurer to come and finish the question that she had just started answering. Rose, kindly step forward.
Thank you very much, Madam Bibiana. Allow me to go back to the question, address it from the top, then we roll to where we are displaying the SASRA report. And the question is, why is the rate of return declining from 8.5% to 8.25% and 15% to 13%? And the response is, the SACCO turnover grew by 67,958,572 shillings, representing a growth rate of 8.1%, that is from 838,468,330 shillings to Kenya shillings 906,468,634. This was a huge growth. So why did the rate of return go down instead of corresponding to the respective turnover growth? Number one, impairment expenses. As we go to page 57, the impairment expenses grew from 53,732,220 shillings to 61,748,213. The above figure is made up of provisioning of loan loss, which grew from 23 million to 25 million. The SACCO provided for investment in Cusco at 17 million. The regulator introduced the provision on receivables 6,150,697 shillings, amongst others. The ideal institutional capital to asset ratio is 8%. If the SACCO had maintained the previous year's rates of return, the ratio would have reduced to 7.8%, which is below the required 8%. Equally, the SACCO would have failed to comply with regulatory requirements. You heard the ministry officials on what is happening right now, the stringent measures that have been put in place for the SACCOs. The regulator's letter, I wish we could display the letter from, This is the letter from SASRA. This letter will be availed to you. It's a threat. Have been advised to build its internal reserves to enhance its capital buffer. So I take you to page 38. Note that the allocation to put aside 10 million to the general reserves, up from 5 million, and that represents 100%. So we allocated that. This year we have allocated 10 million. The board has resolved to introduce a fixed rate of providing for the general reserves, which will ensure that the institutional capital ratio is constantly growing. This increase in the general reserves and the corresponding reduction in the dividends from SACCO. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Treasurer. Can we appreciate her, please? The time we need to ask questions on the reports that we have been presented. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Bibiana. Honorable delegates, as I shared earlier, we requested you and you did submit the questions. And I think I'd answered the first your questions that you did ask. And as we promised, we have to work on them. We have Alois Obaga. Okay. Am I loud enough? Am I? Hii nyingine ilikuwa sawa. I'm concerned about the lower rates of interest and dividends for the year 2025, especially when compared to 2024. I think Madam Treasurer has highlighted that. We have Madam Damaris Wanjiku Mohunyo. She had quite a number of questions. One was the distribution of the surplus pulling us down. This should be acted on immediately to avoid losing members. Our response is here. The board is taking necessary steps to improve the revenue. Yes, our dividends are low, our interests are low, but I want you to look to an accountant now. Be a lay person like me. When we look at the reserves, we did reserve 10 million shillings. That is in the books, you can see that. Post-court impairment, we did 17 million, right? Then our loan provision, because our members are not paying loans, we have to set aside 25 million. Now let's add 10 plus 17, you have 27. 27 plus 25 gives you 52 million. Now, for the accountants who are in the house, if you were to distribute that 52 million to our members as both dividends and interest, what would be your percentage? You get that we will go beyond that 8.5 we had last year. We will go beyond that 15. The accountants in the house can confirm this. If this 52 million shillings was shared, because the 52 million shillings is our profit. This money we are putting into the reserve 10 million. It is not putting there. The minister of issues have been there, they have talked about it. Now, if we decided to eat everything and we don't sell the 10 million, we share it, that would give us a different scenario. If we didn't have the goods commerce, the 72 million is still our profit. If we paid our loans and provision with the, let's say, 5 million, taking the VAR, we'll have an additional 20 million. Put all that together, then you realize that we worked hard. It's only that these challenges are there and we cannot avoid them, because if members take loans and they don't pay, what do we do? We pay from our pockets. What do we do? Please advise us that if they don't pay, do 1, 2, 3. We are doing the best we can, but that is not all. We have to continue doing better. That is the point I'm trying to drive around. In the interest of all of us who are concerned, because when we talk of that 8.25 and that 13, it affects me as much because I'm not an investor. I'm a member, so I have to be paid. So it affects all of us, and we don't take it lightly. We don't smile about it, and that's why we want you to come in and tell us how our defaulters, we don't have to obey anything to own. We don't have a problem. Yeah? Because these are practical things we can see. There's nothing to hide. Because when you see it, you're like, why are these interest going down? I've given you a very simple practical example. I'm 52 million, what we have shared with those pressures. And you'll see what we're talking about. So it's secret. We're not cheating anyone here. Alexander Chado, our very good madam here, had also asked a second question. She's called Madam Damaris Wanjiku. The SACCO has an upward growth on deposits, shares, and members joining the SACCO. We thank God for that. That is a compliment. We tell her thank you, Madam Wanjiku, for appreciating the effort you are putting in.
And then the changes of checking balance with this code is on a higher side. Please look into that. We will further do some analysis on that. The defaulters are dragging us behind the recovery committee. Please put more effort to avoid member savings being lost. I think I shared earlier on what we are doing, our interventions. Then Alexander Chalo, let me start by appreciating the good, great work the SACCO is doing in regard to different services being offered by the SACCO. My question would be, what percentage will members get as dividends? That has been answered. Can a member acquire with the title deed and the process? That is a personal question. We'll answer him. And then he says, thank you so much. Wish you all a happy blessed period. So members, I have this around 40 questions. Do I read all of them or will post them to the wall and they give to the members? What is your take? To the wall and they give to the members so that we proceed on? Or you want me to put all of them? I don't have a problem. I'm strong enough. As young as I am, end up so much more vacation. Do I post them to the wall or am I going through them? How many are saying we post them to the wall? Okay, thank you so much. And that means we can end at that point. But just before you get this one here by somebody, Kida PK says, I've gone through the report and it's my honor to certify that you guys are doing a good job. The order, the improvements, and even award you won are a true reflection of your work. I am and always will be proud of the part of this wonderful circle. Thank you so much. To him, we say thank you for your compliment. So I think to that end, we see to pick it up from there so that we proceed. Okay, I'm told there is one question. I thought that question should have come earlier, but there is one question. So we take two questions, at least the lady and the gentleman. There is a hand behind there. That is the lady. So we take the gentleman from this end. I see the gentleman seated next to sister.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm 27436. My issue concerns the debt collection. Okay, I remember the lady who talked about this issue said that at times the law is binding you. That is especially when a person tells you that I guarantee and then you said that the law is binding you. Are we not the lawmakers that we can say at least this rule and that one to be added? That way, we can use that law now to act on that issue because the loan defaulters are becoming so much.
Okay, thank you for that concern about defaulters. Members of the board, and if somebody can respond to that. Okay.
Yes, good afternoon. Madenge, Delegate Unit 44. And I'm here with several questions and concerns from members from my unit, and also an appreciation to the SACCO for, we had an engagement with some members, some staff from Waumini on the 26th of Feb in my unit with a lot of questions, because I've been in the unit for the past 10 years, and Waumini has been in our institution for more than that. And for the 10 years I've been there, we have never had a day that Waumini came as an institution to our unit for marketing and education and all that. But I have seen in the report, we have a budget for education and marketing last year of 17 million, in which in my institution, we never had a day with Waumini. So I think it's good if you give me an answer to give to the members about that.
So, just to be clear, what is your question?
My question is, why is it that we never have a delegation from Waumini SACCO to our unit and marketing purposes of the unit? And a point was raised that February when the employees came, there was no even a single thing from Waumini in terms, the question, I'll rephrase the question as it was. There was no even a single pen from Waumini Sacco to the members. So that's up to you. I'm talking this as from the members. It's not my point. I had a meeting after Lydian came, I had a meeting again with my members, and these are the questions they forwarded to me. Because I'm their delegate, they sent me here today. And I think I'll have to go through with this. Now, the other part, in our institution, there is this issue of late submission of deductions. This is about the institution. And I have seen it still in the booklet. Now, last year, our institution is a level 5 hospital, so it has a quite number of members. Last year, more than 70% of the members were denied loans from Waumini Sacco due to their arrears, in which in this case, the arrears is not from them, it's from the institution. Now, in Waumini, even if you have 1 month arrears, you can't get even Waumini cash. And we asked this question to the delegation that had come to institution. Now, the member now is the one who is suffering in terms of something he has no control over. And I've seen, for the past 1 year, last 1 year it has been like that. I'm also a victim of the same. Why is it that the Waumini as an institution, it is at par with the institution of my unit? Why is it that more than a year they have never even started to have an MOU with the hospital about the same? This was the suggestion from the members. If Waumini can give loans because the institution has not submitted the deductions, it would be good if members are given letters to be able to give the deductions themselves to the circle, not institutions. So, about the interest and dividends, it's a big problem. Then they had a request if we can have a liaison office in Meru and Nairobi, because from Wanguru to Meru is approximately 4 hours. From Wanguru to here to Adams is almost 3 hours. So, yeah. So I would like the answers to those before I get back to them.
Thank you, brother, for sharing the concern from your end. This is what we requested early now. Then you want me to answer this question from my head? I end up telling you things that are not realistic. But the point is, personal questions affecting a member, those ones, I'll be the last to leave, as in charge of the last to leave this one, and get the answer. Number two, you have mentioned something if I had you about
amekuwa
we are in the process, and even in our today's budget, we are intending to meet the unit administrators so that we kind of, remember, we are only requesting them. It is not a statutory requirement from the government that they must submit your default. So it depends on what kind of rapport we have with them. And so we are organizing to meet them, talk to them, explain to them why it is important for them to submit those remittances for the good of the member and the institution as well. So those are the personal questions. I'll be here to respond to them. So thank you. Thank you for raising those concerns. And so yes, I can see Brother Malik here. And then there's our gracious lady there. We can, I'll come to you, members. Just give me 1 minute. I'll come to you shortly. Please, Malik, move on.
yes 021 221. First, our marketing unit, please pull up your socks. Second, you are saying yes. The other one is, instead of t-shirts, every now and then, we can have other things as delegates. You can have an umbrella or other thing. Rather than the new delegates, after elections of new delegates, tunaweza pata t-shirts. Next, you can have something else. Members, fellow delegates, nataka tuelewane. And I don't know whether this information imewafikia. Kama unadaiwa na CRB, please take this information to your unit. My friends, let this information get to members and to delegates, wapeleke kwa units as it is supposed to be. Uta apply loan, it will go to the office, it will be declined. Now that you are in CRB, I don't know whether you have that common correct information. Do you have the information? You have the information? Thank you. The other thing is, we have booklets and we have them on soft copies. Ningeuliza our board members, tafadhali. We are overspending on those things, on the paperwork. Tafadhali. We just need like 500 copies for the delegates. Zile vitu zingine, we will do them on soft copies, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for those remarks. I think there is our precious lady here, then we can move on.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Jane Kenders, member number 053551 from Mukuru Promotion Center. I have a question that I need clarification. Okay, can the head office, headquarter approve a loan for a member without the employer's consent? And if yes,
Please repeat the question.
I'm saying, can the head office approve a loan of over 800,000 for a member without the employer's consent? And if yes, what are the requirements? Why I'm asking this question, we have been having issue in my department, that is Mukuru Promotion Center, whereby a member takes a loan and we have the form. The form is not signed by the employer. And then at the end of the month, when we request for the loan deduction, you get a member took the loan without the employer's consent. And when you send an email for clarification, there is no response. After a while again, the same member takes another loan. And the reason why I'm asking, right now that member has been dismissed, but he's threatening to take us to court if we deduct our benefits to bring to Waumini, being we never signed the loan. So I need that answer. I've even sent an email to info@Waumini, and up to now I've not received any feedback. Thank you.
Busolo.
Chair.
myself and my members I'm representing. Now, Mr. Chair, I think one question, it's not a question, it's a clarification, is that at the beginning of your report, you indicated that 60 members passed away this year, 2025. And according to what I read is, we have a membership of 72,000. So how many are we remaining? I need a clarification on that. 60 members are dead. We have 72 in the book. How many are living? Thank you. Another thing is, regarding our performance of the SACCO, we have seen your recommendation. Anyway, I'm asking now because I'm going to sit. Your recommendation of one of the resolutions, increment of the deposit savings and other interventions. I have no problem, supporting that. But we have 72,000 members, 50 active, 20 are performing who are servicing the loans. So are we going to deal with increasing the membership deposit monthly savings, or we are going to deal with the dormancy? Which one comes first? Thank you.
Thank you, JB. Thank you for your reiterating. Members, I want to ask one simple question. Do we have, because I know majority of us come from units, do we have a member here who has no concern at all from his unit or her unit? Raise up your hand. You come from a unit that there is no challenge whatsoever. All is fine. Right, there is no hand. What that means that we all come from units and our units have challenges. Is that right? Can we answer all those questions today? So this is my proposal. I want to ask board members. Marcelinus, you had answered that question, right? Any question from any board member who can answer one of the questions raised? Yes, Peter.
There is a question that was asked by our sister, or a recommendation about attaching assets. Kwa mfano, umechukua development loan, you have guarantors. Can we go and attach other assets in the home? Si tuna lawyers hapa ndani. Can that be allowed? Can that be allowed? Today, if you attach this land, yenye tumekalia saizi, to a loan, that one the SACCO has the express to sell it and recover. Tuko pamoja? But any unattached, it's a process. Unless you are granted by the court the permission now to attach, you cannot expressly walk into somebody's house and pick those items and sell them. Tuko pamoja? So it is a process. The other thing is this. Niliona watu wakisema nilikuwa mtetezi wenyu, sasa nimenyamaza. Hiyo si ukweli. Hiyo ni siasa. Tuko pamoja? Na tuliagree as delegates, tutengeneze delegates education ambaye imeisha mwezi mmoja uliopita. True or not true? During that moment, tuulize maswali zote za unit na za individual. Loan yangu haijaaproviwa, what is going on? Ikuje hiyo siku. Unit yetu remittance haijafanyika, ikuje hiyo siku ya leo. Tuachie financials, hesabu zifanywe. True or not true? Purpose ya ADM ni hizi financials. Kwa sababu miaka iliyopita, wakati mimi nilikuwa kama wewe delegate, nilikuwa nakaa huko nyuma. Na tulikuwa tunakuja hapa, tunapelekwa minutes, tunauliza maswali za minutes. Tunatoka kwa minutes, tunaenda chairman's report, tunauliza maswali za hiyo. Tunaenda hiyo ingine. By the time tunakuja financials, watu wanalala. Si ni kweli? Alafu tunapanga line. Mnakumbuka? Tunapewa nini? Na tunapewa cash yenye unaweza fika pale unyang'anywe. Sasa tumeimprove, mambo ni digital. Pesa inakuja. Tukimaliza hii process, kila kitu iko kwa prime, si ndio?
mambo tunasonga mbele. Hiyo allowance si kitu ya kuja hapa kupanga line tena. Tumerahisisha process. Uliza maswali kwa mtandao, tujibu. Brothers and sisters, I want to beseech you. Kila mtu hapa akiamua kuuliza maswali, but nyinyi hatutaki kugag anyone. Tuko pamoja? Kila mtu ana haki ya kuzungumza. Lakini niwaambie ukweli, tukipeana microphone pale, tumalizie pale, itakuwa kesho asubuhi. Chaguo ni lenu. Choose the process we should take.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe to respond to, in addition to what has been mentioned, I don't know, where is Musa? It's good to know people who are dealing with these areas. Default, and that's why we said today we are going to have all the managers. I request Musa to come forward. I request Mutindi to come forward, just to respond to these two questions, and then I link them with the managers. Debt manager, Musa, come forward, please. Marketing manager, please come forward. And as we respond to this, and for the benefit of the new members, mambo ya default imekuwa a concern. Every unit, every electoral zone, particularly the Mzalendos and the Faithfuls, kuna hiyo concern. Na ile swali imeulizwa pale na my dear fellow cooperator, ni ya kwamba hii mambo ya default tutafanya nini? Na kuna ile masomo tulipewa kidogo. Tukaambiwa hiyo caution starts with you as yule mtu unasainia pale. Tukaambiwa kitambo tulikuwa unapewa tu blank form. Unaenda unaandika jina yako, unaweka membership number na inaenda. We put some restrictions to the new members. Nowadays you quote ile pesa unataka kugarantia yule mtu. Na last time wale tulikuwa kwa education meetings tuliambiwa ya kwamba weka ile pesa you are ready to lose. Na ukiwa pale kwa unit, you know your colleagues there. Unajua yule mtu ako na conflict na the management. Yule mtu sometimes anakataa kukuja kazi, mkiwa mikutano, ni anatupia administrator mikono, huyo mtu unajua ni risk na anaweza toka pale. So ile pesa unaweka pale, unaweka the exact amount. We are also encouraged, number one, let's diversify our collateral. Siku hizi, you can take a self-guaranteed loan. Siku hizi, you can use your logbook. Siku hizi, you can use your certificate of your shares. Siku hizi, you can use your title deed. So unaona sasa imekuwa diversified such that you don't need to dwell on guarantors. Kuna swali imeulizwa, and I like it, this I'm respond because it is really very broad and it is specific to this ADM. There is a gentleman, hapa ameuliza maswali za marketing. Ya kwanza, and that's why I want to invite Mutindi, our marketing manager, just to mention something. Yes. Ya kwanza ni ya kwamba umesema hujaiona mtu wa marketing kwa your unit. And we can mention as you are looking at this budget, muliona marketing a budget. And I was very keen on that. 45% of the marketing budget, umeona itaenda wapi? Itaenda kwa unit visits and parishes. And that's why nilikuwa nataka ni wa connect na huyo marketing manager. That this year, kama mtu amekuwa na concern, budget kubwa and is the biggest budget ya marketing inaenda kwa unit visits and parishes. We want to link and be closer to the units and the parishes. Even Chair amesema, we are planning to have a meeting with the unit administrators so that we come closer to our members. Number two, huyu gentleman ameuliza about the items. The reason why leo tumevaa t-shirt ni kwa sababu umeangalia ukaona almost 60% of the delegates who are present here today, they are new members. Na unaona sasa they are branded. Unaona sasa wako na t-shirt. It is, and I can assure you, the next ADM that we are going to have, we are going to have a different kind of a brand. Either you know, tumeona jumper hapa Kuna time hata tunaweza waambia tulikuwa tumesema tuone venye tunaweza this time round hata ukipata ka branded water bottle like what Agnes proposed last time like this one exactly. We wanted to have, you can have something like this. Tumeleta tu at least muweze kuiona. Sio ni kitu mzuri. Hata ukienda pale nyumbani, maybe next time uone kale ka half court kametengenezwa, kameandikwa Waumini Sacco, it is in the plan. It's only that most of these things are very expensive. But this time around, you have the t-shirt. Next ADM, because sasa kila member amepata t-shirt, utaona kitu ingine mpya. Another thing which is very good and we really appreciate what you've asked about the booklet. Kabla tufike hii kwa ADM, si kila mtu alikuwa amejua content yote ya hiyo booklet. Kuna haja ya tuprint ingine? See, this is an extra cost. And thank you for that, such that now next time, kila delegate kwa sababu you are representing a unit, Tukiprint hizo za wale delegates watakuwa present. Hiyo pesa ingine ya badala ya kuprint 1,200, hiyo pesa wacha irudishwe wapi? Isikuwe kama expense that wakati tuna declare dividends and interest, at least imefanya nini? Zimeenda juu. So that is something that is well noted. Thank you, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Honorable members, there is a member who asked something, an issue about a loan of 800,000 and that kind of thing. There is one thing I want to tell you, delegates, and you blame us. You blame us and we take the blame. Unajua ukiwa mzazi, ukilaumiwa kama na mtoto wako uweze kataa, tunakubali. I have been a chair of credit for a number of years. Na tunawaambia nyinyi delegates, muambie members, wakati una sign hiyo form, what you are saying is that huyu akishindwa kulipa, mimi nitafanya nini? Are we aware of that? Now, that is not even a bigger problem. Listen to me carefully. Your form to may design, and I was part of the group that changed the design of that form, so that you don't just give all your money to someone. Wewe unajua huyu mtu humwamini, anataka shilingi 1,600. Na wewe unajua humwamini, mbona usimwambie mimi nitakupa 220? Ukilemewa, nitakatwa 20? I can tell you for free, most of us and our members don't fill in anything. The form inakuja hivyo. What shall we do? Tukisema tuanze kutafuta huyo member, si mimi nimesign form. You have seen my signature. What is your problem? What did you want, my signature or money? Tunakaa kama wagonjwa. At this time and kuomba kuchukua loan, kama huna uhakika na yeye, mpatie the minimum you can. Right? That's the first point. Number two, unfortunately, there are moments we lose our jobs. When you lose a job and you have a loan, it does not mean now you should hide. Share with the office, I've lost my job. And there are people who guaranteed me. I would not want them affected. As the office, what advice do you give me? How can we handle this? Our staff are there to help you. If they can't help you, some of us, our numbers are public. You have never called me to tell me, Morris, nimepoteza kazi. Sina jinsi ya kupata income na nina loan. Mnaweza kunisaidia. You don't. You simply go away, then we have to chase the guarantor first. Surely, mnataka tufanye namna gani? Tuwanyime loan, mtasema, why are we in this circle? We give you all the, right now the office is aware. Mkija mseme, huyu jamaa ametugarantii na amedefault na amehepa. Tufanye namna gani? There is a way the office will advise you. Your deposit will not be chopped. You don't come. What do we do? Do we go to Todonyang to search for this member who has defaulted? Wengine mnatulaumu. Board, you are not doing anything. You are just seated there. Do we go to Marsabit to search for this default as a board? Please advise us. We are here for your service. Lazima tufanye kitu ambacho kinawafurahisha. Hii pesa ni yetu sisi wote. So unaponiambia, Morris, huyu mtu anafanya kazi lungalunga. Nenda mumtafute lungalunga. I'll use the same money that you want as profit. So we need your support. How? Be cautious before you sign for somebody alone. You have to be cautious. Number two, if you are not sure of the person, if he's a close friend, you have worked together for a number of years, you can go out of your way. If somebody you don't know, excuse me, you don't just say, mimi nimeacha. So when we start going for your deposit, we go for everything. Then hii sako ni mbaya sana. Did you do your part accordingly? Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for your service and we will continue serving you. Mkitupatia chance, tunawahudumia. We may not be perfect, but we try to give you our best. And in one of the 10 commandments inasema, usiseme uongo. I cannot stand here na kuambia uongo because my conscience tells me I'm sinning. I'm not here to sin. So please, let's help each other and then we move forward. I want to suggest that we go into the next session. Those who have questions, we are here to help you answer them. Is that agreeable to all of us? Is that agreeable? Yes. So those questions that are very burning, please write them and let's have them here immediately. Let them come. We'll work on them. So those who have questions, please write them, bring them. If you can't write, we can talk to you after this. We are here, please. So our staff, please pick those questions, bring them. Our staff, those ushers, please bring those questions. MC, pick up and move on. Sorry? Hatuwezi kujibu saa hizi, my dear. Yeah.
As you continue writing your questions, I think we can invite the ministry official to come and give a brief. Ministry official, karibu sana. And those questions, please put your member number for follow-up.
Waumini sako? Waumini sako? And we want to enhance that belief. Through what? Doing what? Retaining more amount of surplus than distributing it. Sawa? We want to enhance our belief. Tusiwe hatujui future itakuwaje. Now, for those who came late, my name is Peter Kivindio. I'm a cooperative officer working in Delegates sub-count, where your SACCO head office is located. And much has been said by my seniors, but I want to insist this. We can't exhaust everything matters SACCO, matters our SACCO. There is a day set annually, education day, and I will ask the board members to make sure they reach the members at their units and address most of these issues. Na kama mngekuwa mnawafikia, hii maswali ingekuwa wakati wa AGM. So, there's a budget for that, because AGM's agendas are very specific. Kila mahali ukienda, stima, hazina, kimisitu, we start with notice, reading of the previous agenda minutes, chairman's reports, report, blah, blah. They are cast on stone. Maybe they address the burning issues. There are things about guarantorship, about loan products, they are addressed during education, whereby there is a committee of that task, which is shared by the vice chairperson. So, Mr. Tom, passing of the resolutions and elections. It's work of the board of directors to recommend and dividend at 13%, being 440,272,410 Kenya shillings, and 82,549,344 Kenya. Can we have a proposer and a seconder for that? A proposer kindly. Yes. Pass the mic, please. That one's there. Yes. You propose to take it home. Oh, we want to retain it. The chair, the director alluded to increase your savings so that you can now the ratio required to you for you to come to the bond. Twende nao nyumbani. You don't want to throw it back? Okay, it has been passed. Secondly, as per the composition policy at CON9, which provides that the board shall be paid 0.3% of the total turnover as honoraria. To award the board and the supervisory committee honoraria amounting to 2,719,403 Kenya shillings, down from the approved amount of 3,207,078 Kenya shillings, having achieved 84.79% of the approved budget in the year 2025. That's the honoraria for the board. Just a token of appreciation. Can we get a proposal for that? There's a man in Cape there. Mike, please. A proposal?
Member number 019948, I propose.
A seconder?
Member number 15004, I second.
Okay, thank you. The board is also recommending you to appoint Mwangi and Kamwela Associates Certified Public Accountants as external auditors for the year 2026. Yeah, they should be appointed annually. A proposal?
Zero 39181, I propose.
A seconder?
Membership number 14054, I second.
Okay, thank you. Be audible.
Sorry. Membership number 14054. 14054, I second. 14054, membership number.
Okay. Are we good to continue? Have you captured that? Okay. So the board is also recommending you to approve the retention of the borrowing powers at 5% of the SACCO's total assets of the last audited accounts. Borrowing powers. You have to approve it during the AGM annually. Proposal? Thank you. Seconder? Thank you. The board is proposing that we revise the minimum members deposit contribution from the current 500 Kenya shillings per month to 1,000 Kenya shillings. Yes.
717. I propose. Sorry, I support. 05177, I propose. I support, sorry.
This is for your own good. Remember these savings is your money. Okay, if there are people who are for the idea and against, we'll go voting. It's your democratic right. Okay, there is a member, there is a delegate who will propose. If we get a seconder for him, is for the idea, is for it to qualify, it has to be adopted, it has to be proposed and anakubali. Na nyinyi wale wanakataa to get a proposal and a seconder, so that we go to debe. That's how we do democratic control of members. Okay, yeah. So, you want to say something? You second to increase. Yes. Okay. Who is for the against, so that we can have that, a proposal and a second, then we go voting. By the show of hands. By secret, if you want that.
956.
Principle number 2, democratic member control. Each member, each delegate is equal. Yeye ako na maoni yake na nyinyi mko na yenu. Si ndio? Yeah.
Member number 025-956. I second.
He was the proposer, is the seconder for the motion to increase. Who is for the against? Okay, let's have a proposer for the against and a seconder for that.
Uh, 02-27-936. I think you need to clarify to us what the law states, because it should not be just proposer and second. With amendment. For example,
okay.
Just a
you are talking.
You can propose with amendment. It's not an issue that you just propose and we second. For example, the issue of honorario, everything is going low. Even what we are going to get here is the same. But you see, it has, last year we had 2.5. Right now they have increased to 2.7. I think it should be below 2.5. So the law should guide us that you can propose something with amendment, not just propose.
Okay. So what's your take? To amend? To amend it to be what? A standard finger. Between 500 and 1,000. Lower. Okay. Or else we keep it all in until next ADM. It's your take. Remember, it has been proposed and seconded. Remember, it has been proposed and seconded. Okay, I want somebody to go against. So you were against. You want it to be amended to what? To be like what? I'm to retain 500. You want to retain 500?
No. You are the government official.
Yeah.
I wanted a clarification from you what the law states. Because what we are coming here
is like we're just rubber stamping something which we have not participated in.
Okay.
So once they come up with an issue, we also need to have a voice there. Not just proposal and second.
Sawa. Okay. Yeah. Okay. The work of the board is to recommend something to the delegates and the delegate to decide. Okay. No, you know, I have read about the increment of the savings and asked who is proposing. But there was no somebody who was, I just had, whoa, no. There was no communication. You just shouted. But somebody raised hand there and talked. So I want to hear your views. Yes.
So, member number 050633, I'm representing Catholic Relief Services and new delegates. So I am not very familiar with the process, but I have been in many other circles. So I think the process we are following here is it's not clear. Because we have resolutions, and I don't know if by proposing and seconding we have passed.
No. They have been passed.
My understanding is that we haven't passed. So you will propose
Are we together? Are we together? I think through our education sessions, we have, and you are all members who participated in those education sessions. The one we had in Nyeri, we had one in Kisumu, we had one. We did explain why we are suggesting that we increase this figure, right? It is not that we are introducing it new. We have discussed it during our education, and we all saw the sense. What Madam is talking about, we introduced it, and we did this during education. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. Please listen to me. I know, hello? Hello? Can we have one session? Those who are in this hall for our education, did you discuss this or we did not? Okay. Okay. So you members, let's agree. Please don't shout. We are not here to shout. We're here to talk. Members, just allow me. So we as delegates are saying that I don't want to save 1,000 shillings. I don't want. I only want to save 500 bob. Now, remember, we are trying to be democratic. Remember, we are trying to be democratic, and we are saying that we send you the ADM booklet early enough. And so what Madam is asking for, you should have submitted a petition and say, this one, no, we don't. Even one member should have written back to the secretary to say, this issue of approving 500 or 1,000 is no. Then it would now become a subject of discussion. Now, where we are beyond that. In fact, the ministry official is kind to us to allow us to discuss over it. That you send in your petition 15 days to the ADM, then it becomes a discussion. Do we work within the confines of the law or we create our own laws? And so why don't we, if we have to work within the confines of the law, I want to challenge you. I want to challenge you. Hello? Hello? Those who are shaking their heads and saying, no, 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 you are very right. I want to challenge you. Go home and tell your partner, kwamba sako ilikuwa inaniambia tuwe tuna save 1,000 kwa mwezi na mimi nimekataa. Wacha tu ni save yangu 500 nikufa nayo. Go and share that with your partner. I'm sure you'll be sent out of that place. We are only improving your deposits. Allow a proposer and a seconder, let's allow the ministry official to conclude. That is the request. Madam, hutaki kusave 1,000? Njoo. Come, madam.
28,721. It is not that we don't want to save 1,000. People are saving more than 5,000 here, and we are saving. What we are requesting is the minimum to remain 500, and the maximum to go up to where we want. Because we have Catholic faithfuls, we those members, that the people saving this less. So we don't want to dictate it must be 1,000. Because some of us, we are saving more because we know, but we are continuing to educate them. There's a chance that it remains 100, 500, and to the maximum that we want. It is not that we don't want to save. You need to understand us. 2, we have the issue of honoraria. We have not discussed it. Somebody just said, seconder proposal. We don't want it.
No, okay.
Okay, fine. I'll give the ministry official. Please, let's have one meeting. Let's have one meeting.
Good afternoon, delegates. It's just a concern. It's just a concern. We as delegates, we might have lost a concept during our education meeting. I remember when we were in Kisumu, the so-called calculator, you normally refer to him as calculator. He brushed us over this issue, and we saw it as a sense. Somebody telling you to save for your future, this one is not somebody's money. I might be the lowest earner in this room, but I buy the concept of increasing from 500 to 1,000. There are people behind me, and those are none other than my children, who are supposed to benefit on this money. Remember from, I think this one might be happy, I'm a delegate, but when somebody takes a loan, contribute the minimum, which is 500. The person will only contribute more than 500 when he or she has not taken the loan. But once he takes the loan, now you will be sending the minimum. Let's buy the idea of the board to increase from 500 to 1,000, just the way we did from 300 to 500. You can see the impact. And it is of our own benefit. It's not that I have been bribed as Shadras on this issue. I'm talking as an individual, and I'm agency. So if I save the way the calculator referred, then that means by the time I reach like the chair, I will have something. And that is my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadras. I think we now allow the ministry official to conclude, and then we move on.
So we are not approving number 5. You are saying as it.
Just a minute. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Ni wa ajabu, Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Mungu wetu ni wa ajabu. Katutoa wapi, katuweka wapi? Katutoa wapi, katuweka wapi? Thank you very much. I'm sorry for interrupting just for a minute. We are the people who are helping us in educating our members. There is a book that I love. It's called The Richest Man in Babylon, talking about the keyword to a lean pass. We want our members to grow, at least to somewhere. Let me say that my purse is swollen. So when we are saying that we introduce 500 shillings on top of 500, making it 1,000, it demands that we stretch ourselves a bit. We've been in 500 for way. We stretch ourselves just a little bit. You're helping this member their socks, so that they'll be able to even earn and have a more borrowing power. If they are saving 1,000 per month, for 1 year, that makes 12,000. And if you're borrowing times 4 or times 3, how much money is that? But if you're just giving 500, in a year that means you have only saved 6,000. 6,000 or times 4, how much money are you going to get in terms of growth? You want to borrow to, at least when we are making decisions, not like we want to pinch members or to force them to come to this level, but it's only good that when you're growing, we are all growing. So that's just what we are asking.
So we save today for
online. So we use the black one.
So That recommendation was for good of you, but since we save today, the man will save us tomorrow. Anyway, we continue. We go to the elections. Sawa. Due to no, do we vote again about this issue of 500? No, because of this back and forth. You want what? You are for the idea, we vote. For transparency. No, it's not cast on stone. You save 500 since your minimum. The upper side is according to your capability. It's 1,000. Men are saving more than that. But if we cap it at 500, let it be that. If we got 1,000, we cap it at 1,000. So 500 does it. You want us to vote? These two rows are silent. These two rows. We are voting. So who are for the idea and who are for the against? I propose and against. Sindio, tuko na propose na second wa hapana. Na kuna propose na second wa tuendelee. Sindio? So the two options will vote. The nays and the yes. Okay? Those who are for the idea of going with 500. Yes, it has gone. Tuachage siasa pole pole bwana. Okay, we go to elections. We go to elections. Please. Committee members to retire annually. In our board, we have got 9 directors. A third of 9 is 3. And in supervisory, we have got Oko Siemo, Rose Aoko Achiengo, and Tom Mwindi Peter in board. In supervisory, Mariana Masi Taka Motwiri was retiring. And I want to declare 3 vacant positions in board and 1 in supervisory. We invited for applications, and in board, only 3 candidates applied. And these 3 candidates were Rose Aoko Achiengo, Maurice O. Osieno, and Tom Mwindi Peter. Those were the 3 candidates who applied for those positions. So we'll have a proposer and a seconder for each candidate. And then if we get for each and every one of them, they will be elected unopposed. They went through vetting and they were successful. Can we have the 3 of them in front? We are not giving them chance to talk. They have talked a lot. Huh? We'll just have a proposer and a seconder for each. We'll start with the only lady, Rose Aoko Achiego. Proposer for her,
Member number 18305.
18305.
Yeah.
A seconder for Rose. A seconder for Rose.
Member number 17048.
She's cleared. Tom Mwindi Peter.
Member number 0.
We want a seconder now.
Member number 055654. I second.
Okay. Then Maurice Osieno. The number for the seconder. Your number, your membership number. 055654. 055654. You are good? Okay. Maurice Osieno, proposer. Mike. Leo tuko na shida ya Mike. Seconder. Si mimi niko na Mike.
031 221.
Okay. They are cleared and I declare the 3 position filled and opposed. Delegate, you should note this. We have elected board members, not positions. Things may change when they sit down. Okay, thank you. We go to supervisory. So supervisory, we have got 1 position and 1 candidate cleared. That is CPA, Cyprian, Silan David. I think we should give him a chance to say something, since he's new. Okay? 1 minute, please, so that we can get a proposal and a seconder for yourself.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm much delighted to be here and to serve you. I represent Nairobi Archdiocese Zone B. I work with the Institute of Certified Investment and Financial Analysts. That is a professional body for the financial analysts in the country. And I'm glad and offer myself to serve in the supervisory committee. Thank you.
So you are adding, he has got what it takes to be a supervisory committee member. They are internal auditors. One of them should have at least accounting knowledge. Umesikia amesoma vizuri. So a proposer, come Peter, come Sila. You are proposer and a seconder. Proposer for Sila.
I propose Sila as member number 050633. Thank you.
I second. Member number 031 863. I second.
So thank you, delegates. Peter, Sila, you can now sit down. And congratulations for the new elected members. No, you are saying what? Wakuje huku. Oh, kuja Sila. So, thank you, members. And when we disagree to agree. That's the democracy, okay? What I would urge you, delegates, when you go back, please talk to your members to patronize the product the SACCO has. It's through learning that we realize interest, and interest is an income to the society. All the products which are there currently don't align with your needs. Maybe wameweka products zingine haziingiani na mahitaji yetu. So, during education, because I know these guys will be coming to the units, now wasi mkuwe na active participation during that time. being we take shortest time possible. Thank you, and God bless.
Let's appreciate our ministry official, please. Situmpigie makofi. Thank you very much. I want to welcome the chair. He has a communication before we call the person for the vote of thanks.
Okay, delegates, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I seek your attention for just 1 minute. It's not time for me to give a speech. One, let me say thank you for the honor that I serve you for another term, God willing. Thank you. And on behalf of my two colleagues as well, Rosa and Tom, I know they might not come here to say thank you, but let me say on their behalf, thank you. At this particular moment, honorable delegates, we have a very special session that will take us a few minutes, maybe 2, 3, 4 minutes. Today, as you've just seen the exercise we have concluded, we have a new supervisory committee member. And one of them has officially now left us. That is Mariana Mtwiri. Those of us who have journeyed together, Mariana joined us in early 2016, if I'm not wrong. She has been of good service. And I can say that having been in this board for this long, the supervisory committee we have today is not like the supervisory committee we had 10 years ago. It used to be a war between the board and the supervisory. The coming in of Mariana started cooling down things until she was joined by these other two members who are there. So I take this particular moment to appreciate Madam Mariana Mtwiri for a job well done. Let us appraise. Exits, because all of us are on the way. I think my exit will also come very soon, if it comes. At times it doesn't come. I want to request Mariana to just come forward and share with us a word or two, as she also appreciates us, who have always given her a chance to serve as the. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chair. God is good, and all the time, and that is nature. Wow. Allow me to first take this great opportunity to appreciate the service that you allowed me to deliver to this great institution. I retire young, very young, so I'll take time to spend with the young ones. So we are at that toddler stage, so I'll have more time with my babies, I'll have more time with my family, and I'll have more time to serve in other national development agendas. Allow me to say this. Waumini has molded me. Today I sit as national steering committees for this country because of the experience, the exposure, and the networks I've created through this service. You will see me on many policy development meetings. I've also had an opportunity to undertake interviews on national TV, and that was molded through Waumini. If I didn't get a chance to serve in Waumini, I wouldn't have realized I'm a leader. And for that reason, I would want to encourage us to give it the best. Let's serve with diligence, and service to humanity is service to God. As I exit, I want to welcome my brother to the supervisory committee. The person I took over from rested. I am glad that I'm being inherited when I'm still alive. I'm truly grateful to God for that opportunity. And I wish Waumini well. I continue to be a strong member of Waumini, and I'll support my brother so well that even when his time comes to exit, then he'll transition, he'll pass the baton to the next leader. Leadership is transient, and let's give the best while we are in service. For those many remarks, allow me to bow in honor, and I'm still energetic. So you will still be in the national development agenda, and when we meet, please let's keep in touch. Let's say hi to each other, and let's protect the Waumini that we found developed and progressively developing to the glory and honor of your name. Waumini Sacco, a future to believe in. God bless you, and God bless your members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mariana, and we wish you all the best, and thank you for your service. She has been a mother, and she has been supporting us very much. I want to welcome our brother Wilson to come and give a vote of thanks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Energies are low, but we thank God for everything that we have progressed on well. So I'm here to do vote of thanks, and first of all is to thank God for enabling us to see this day, to have had a successful AGM, and we continue to pray Him for journey mercies as we head back. Is it? Yes. So we say thank you to God for His grace and His mercies. Secondly is to thank you, honorable delegates, for honoring the invitation. I know you had busy schedules, and I always see that in our wall, where we talk of the other competing priorities, but you chose to come here so that you can represent your members. So thank you so much. I think we can do one clap for ourselves. Once. Lightning. Once. One. Yes. Thank you so much for coming. And in extension to our members, do we agree that we are all sent? Do we have a message that you take back? Yes, because we are all sent. Then I wish also to thank our secretariat, that is the staff, us in the process. We say thank you. May God bless them. Then second from last is to thank Consolata Shrine for hosting us. Those who are taking your time to take us through the process, thank you so much. So we all are appreciated for our effort in ensuring that this day have been.
That we have finished on time, and I'd like to have one of you to come and give a closing prayer. As he comes, kindly stand up. If you are come and pray, kindly step forward. Let's quiet our spirits as we welcome the prayer. Just a minute. Even for us to be here is what? God. And we want to ask God to give us a safe journey back to our destination. Unaweza, 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 Mwokozi, wastahili, 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 Mwokozi, unatosha, 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 Mwokozi, unaponya, unaponya, unatosha, unatosha, unatosha Mwokozi.
Yes, Bwana, unatosha. In the name of the Father, transmit them to the members who remained behind. Be with us as we leave this room.